January 18th at 5:30. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Winfrey,
Here.
Commissioner Ellenberg,
Here.
Commissioner Avery,
Present.
Commissioner Shoemaker,
Present.
Commissioner Kuzinaw,
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill,
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
We do have a quorum.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to have the invocation by Commissioner Shoemaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you'd bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here together today. We thank you for the people that are so passionate in this community that they choose to be part of this process, Lord. Please watch over us, commissioners, as we make decisions tonight. Help us to work in the best interest of our residents, their families, the employees of this county, Lord. But most of all, help us remember we are here to serve you, and that's our main goal. Lord, I ask you to bless this meeting. Help everyone here to remember that you are here for us, that you are the divine truth. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
At this time, we'll stand. Remove your hats, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Could we have approval of the meeting minutes for December 14th
Support.
and January 4th? We have a motion on the floor. Support?
Support.
Support. Any corrections? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? Okay, carried. Is there any public address to the board? Is there any public address to the board? Yes.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Usually, nobody ever tells me that.
How much time I got? 30 minutes?
2 minutes, and if you could state your name and your city, please.
Madam Chair, before everyone starts, if we could just have a process that's fair to everybody and remind everybody, just line up against the wall over here, and that's the order we'll take everyone, so there's no confusion.
All right, thank you.
My name is Frederick Flowers, live in Grand Blanc Township. And we are here today because the decision that the chairwoman, she made. Amen. That's why we're here today. You made a statement that you don't think like men's. And we would like to know what you meant by that. Also, there are 2 seats needed to fill this council, this commission, and the decision that the chairperson decided to do was to fill the Genesee County Road Commissioner seat by appointing 3 of her friends, and also yourself. And she told a lie that all the Genesee County commissioners knew about her appointment. And Mr. Charles Winfrey didn't know, and you told Mr. Avery that he did. And also, it seemed to be a immediate priority of yours to fill the Genesee County Road Commissioner seat. Amen. And you have 10 to 15 appointments that you have to make here. And also you have to fill the 2 seats you have empty here. And you made a recommendation of a person that is as racist as the person that's being filled in the road commission. We have a deposition.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. State your name and city.
Melissa Eiferly, Grand Blanc Township. I'm here to voice my concerns about a special election to fill the 2 vacant board seats and how that process would have a negative impact on the residents of Districts 1 and 4. My first concern is the persistent election denier narrative demonstrated by Ms. Miller's lawsuit. If the midterms had a lesson to teach us, it's that the American people will not entertain denying the results of free and fair elections. If you lost an election, even if it was by 1,000 votes, you still lost, and no frivolous lawsuit is going to change that. There aren't any participation trophies in civics. If you're in it to serve, if you're not in it, or rather, if you're in it to serve constituents, the intrinsic rewards of participating in the democratic process should be enough. We continue to witness violence towards democratic leaders in this country, like the incidents we watched unfold over the past few weeks in New Mexico. This divisive and dangerous election-denying rhetoric needs to be put to rest for good if we want communities that flourish, not flounder. My second issue is the money. As Commissioner Shoemaker said, $30,000 is quite a large sum of money. Well, $100,000 is a substantially larger amount to be wasted on a special election when there's already a process in place to fill those vacant seats. On January 4th, this board voted to uphold that process. Just think of all the ways residents of Districts 1 and 4 could benefit from those dollars being spent to improve their communities. The other major concern I have with entertaining the thought of a special election is the length of time residents would have to go without representation. Longer than a year. That is longer than half a term. This simply isn't acceptable since commissioners allocate spending for their district. Districts 1 and 4 deserve better than that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pastor Alfred Harris. I'm president of the Concerned Pastors for Social Action, Flint, Genesee County. I'm here today to represent them and voice our objection to the process. We call it the Appointment Committee. And my plea tonight is that all of you who are going to vote, don't honor this process. Don't honor this process. It's bigger than the candidate. It's bigger than the chairwoman. It's bigger than everybody in this room. The process is flawed. You have 4 people, of which the chairwoman is on the committee. She didn't even step aside and say, I don't want to be biased. The candidate is just one person when 13 people applied. We suggest to you and we ask you, hold off on this vote, don't okay this, until after the 25th, because you have a quorum at the road commission. They can take care of their business. Wait until after we get 2 more elected commissioners and then have the information of all 13 people who are interested shared so everybody can make an intelligent choice. Don't rush and make this decision. Also, the reason it's flawed is because the 2 African Americans were left out of the loop. Mr. Avery was deceived. He was told everybody was on board. That wasn't true. And Mr. Winfrey didn't even know about it until your notification went out that there was going to be a meeting. Please, in Flint, Genesee County, let's not honor that. Let's stand up and say we're going to do everything openly because we believe in equity, fairness, diversity, and accountability. If things are not done right here in this organization, they can't be done right at the water.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, everyone. My name is DeJuan Robinson, president of Black Lives Matter Flint, and here to address the DEI concerns that we have in the Flint community. So, in the vein of equal opportunity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, fair treatment, and the opportunity for participants of all people, the policies are established and designed for people to be welcome and feel welcome and have proper support to fulfill their duties and serve the community. If we are to really develop unique understandings and create a culture of equity, diversity, and inclusion, is going to start with the leadership with you all. The days of selling lip service filled with cute buzzwords are over. We really want real change, but we want it through action. In this county, we have allowed this illegitimate behavior to undermine honest progression, leaving a house divided. Due to the poor, unethical decisions made by Commissioner Ellenberg to fast-track the appointments based on flawed process, we the people oppose the appointment committee, which we perceive as a witch hunt. We should be focusing on interviewing potential Genesee County commissioners, filling vacancies before addressing road commission business. Now, we just celebrated Martin Luther King Day. That's something that we should have in our heart. Now, this nightmare that we live in is our reality. And it's up to the leadership to change it. When we talking about systems, it's time for us to really change systems, but then live in truth. So we're asking to postpone this appointment. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's interview all the candidates, and let's have fair practices. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Poplar, and I just represent what is right, never representing what is wrong. I'm here today to speak on racism that seems to be an issue in Genesee County, a sickness. And I'm here to speak on Mr. Fred that's over the Road Commission. I think you guys have let him go too far, and he's done too much damage to people's lives. See, there's a cure for the flu, there's a cure for the common cold, and they're about to find a cure for cancer. But when in the hell do we find a cure for racism? I see your faces, but only God knows your hearts. You can turn from me, you can laugh, I don't even know what you're thinking while I stand here. But I want each and every one of you to dig deep, look down, and this is 2023. Can we now make a change in this county? Can we make a change? Evilness is sitting in high places. And as I see some of you that I've worked with, and I do believe have tried to do the right thing through the years. Let's do the right thing now. We need to remove Fred and get some new air, some new blood, and somebody with a heart for the people, to stand with the people, to do right for the people. And if people are doing their job, let them do their job. You are not every man. But I do have one thing for Mr. Fred. Brown will always be around. Let him know that.
Good evening to each and every one of you here. My name is Jolena Sims, and I am the Mount Morris Township Supervisor. I stood before you all probably almost 2 years ago in reference to Mr. Pravani. But what I'm finna stand before you today in reference to what I experienced with racism. I understand Mr. Winfrey and Mr. Avery. When they sit on a board and they're left out the loop. They don't know anything. For the Mrs. Ellsberg, for her to do what she's doing, I'm not gonna repeat everything everybody said. We all know what's going on. But racism is alive and well in Genesee County. I sat there, I came in 2021, and I faced a whole lot of racism in Mount Morris Township. But guess what? I'm overcoming it, and I'm gonna continue to sit there until 2024 and beyond. But Mr. Pravani, you all have to do something with him. He is a piece of work, and we all know that Mr. Pravani is a racist. You all know it. I gave you all the email that he gave to me, scolding me. I'm a 63-year-old woman as of today. Then I was 60. You gonna scold me? That's not how it works. Mr. Kuzon, you sat before me when you wanted me to support you for this seat. Commissioner Nolden came and asked Mount Morris Township residents to support you, and we did that. And this is how you're going to do? And you know that we are, in Mount Morris Township, predominantly Black. We are that. So I just want to say, tonight, you all need to let the people decide as to who the commissioners is going to be. Then when the commissioners become full, let them decide who you guys are going to put on the Genesee County Road Commission. Because this is so sad that we are steady coming here time after time for the same thing. Have a good evening, and remember, election will be coming around again.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kerry Nelson, Flint, Michigan. I just want to say, because I've sat where you sat, racism is real. Ms. Poplar has explained it to you. But dealing with this road commission, I've talked and I've talked and I went before the board and I went before the board. You as elected officials, what happened in Washington last week for the speakership with all the private meetings and deals and all of that? Well, I guess McCarthy got a first cousin here in Flint, Michigan, because there's some side deals and backdoor deals. And let me say this, I'm tired tonight and I'm gonna fight. What you're doing is bringing this community to a point we wanna be heard. We have to be heard. I want to know tonight, out here in this audience, who is tired of the racism at the road commission? Will you stand? Will you stand? Everybody that's tired, stand.
Sir, please address the board.
I didn't come by myself. And we all are voters. You left two elected officials out the circle. Wrong. Two black men left out. Wrong. But I know, and I'm gonna take my seat, but I know I hear a voice saying to me, and I read it somewhere, that whatever you do in the dark, it'll gonna come to the light. And I want all of you to have a beautiful night.
Thank you.
Martin Lottie, retiree from the Sheriff Department. My concern is that everything's done right. What's happening right now with our health insurance really bothers me and a lot of other people my age that have retired from the county. We had promises on our insurance. Now, they claim that Blue Cross is cutting us out. I don't know. But whatever's done, it needs to be done right. And we don't want to be cut, our benefits cut. We were promised that when we retired. We worked for it. We expect it. We hope that all of you folks on the county board do the right thing with our insurance and also other things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Regina Williams, and I live in Grand Blanc, Michigan. I'm coming down here. I received this letter, and I'm very upset about it. I'm standing here today before you, this body, and I'm asking one question. How can you be rushed to fill this vacant board seat at the Road Commission, and you're not in a rush to have Fred Pravanti removed as the Road Commission Manager Director? I would like to know that. I don't understand how you left these two African-American men out. I just don't understand you, Miss Ellen, how you come to make a decision for this whole entire board. So we have been under this discrimination since 2018. I have came down here several times. I've been to a road commission meeting several times, and we are tired. We are so tired of this. And we're tired of you guys voting for people that don't serve this community. We are exhausted. We are beyond tired. We're exhausted. There has been several lawsuits filed, and you guys need to remove the plague, which is Fred Pavanti. He is the plague that's plaguing this county. And we would like some results, and we would like them extremely fast. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. I would like to remember Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Please state your name and your city, please.
My name is Leah Davis. I live in Swartz Creek. And I would like to ask the Lord to remember my content of character and not the color of my skin. Amy Miller is a hardworking Republican and a recent candidate in the general election 22 for Commissioner District Number 4, Mundy Township. She won her primary versus Isaac Thomas. My name is Leah Davis, and I am a delegate from Mundy Township, Precinct Number 3. I attest to her hard work during the campaign as I was a canvasser during the primary and general election 22. She combed every inch of her district with flyers and signs. There was nowhere I went she hadn't gone already. As it was noted, her political remnants were spotted just about everywhere. Amy worked tirelessly to meet and converse with her constituents so that she knew the important issues and how to represent her district to the best of her ability. Being a mom and grandmother, she knew firsthand what was important to her, was also like-minded in many of her neighborhoods in the preservation of thriving and wholesome opportunities for families and their children. Amy earned over 8,000 votes from her community, and I believe she would be an excellent spokeswoman for the district she resides, represents, and cares so much about. Thank you for your consideration of her in the appointment of the open seats on the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Van Wormer, Davison Township, retiree from Genesee County, 2009. Here to address the letter that was sent to retirees dated January 10th, 2023, stating that Blue Cross Blue Shield was going to drop the county retirees. I contacted Genesee County Human Resources and spoke to an Emmanuel Adams. I asked him about Blue Cross dropping the retirees. I asked if I could receive any communication from Blue Cross to Genesee County. I was told I would not receive any information from Blue Cross Blue Shield. The only information that we would receive was the Genesee County memo that we were sent. A memo which I might add was unauthored by anybody. Nobody had the decency to put their name to it. I also inquired about obtaining a copy of the signed contract between Blue Cross Blue Shield and Genesee County, and I was told that I wouldn't receive a copy of that either. I also asked Adams who made the decision to drop Blue Cross Blue Shield, and he told me that the county and Blue Cross and Blue Shield got together and a vote was taken. I asked him who voted. He said the voters. I said, who are the voters? He didn't know, so he held the phone out and shouted into the room, who voted? A person on the other end said, nobody voted, Blue Cross dropped them. Find it very suspicious that there was a vote. Somebody says there wasn't a vote, now there wasn't a vote. It was Blue Cross's decision. At the same time I was speaking with Blue Cross, or with the county, my wife contacted Blue Cross. They were incredulous that they had canceled Genesee County's retirees' health insurance. They have no idea that the insurance is being canceled. That was from 4 different people at Blue Cross. We sued Genesee County in 2020 for attempting to unilaterally change our health care benefits, and there was an injunction issued. It seems that somewhere along the line, Genesee County has to get their story straight. Blue Cross denies changing anything with healthcare retirees. Our attorneys have been notified, and we are planning legal action. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mary Hughes, and I live in Swartz Creek, Clayton Township. And I want to repeat some of the other things that have gone on. We know that we are dealing with systemic racism. And I'm not going to expound on that. But at any rate, I will expound on the former Clayton Township Supervisor Chris Garinger that Ellen wants to appoint. I'm totally against that, and I'm gonna tell you why. I am a citizen of Clayton Township, and I remember the ruckus that we had because he chose not to vote for Charlotte Brown, who is police, over the policeman in Clayton Township. So my thing is this: we need to get to a point and get rid of this racial divide. We see it every day up in Washington, and I refuse, if I can be here to do something about it, to stop it, I will do that. And we need to stop that. Another thing I want to tell you, silence gives consent. So whether you're for it or not, you, by being silent, is for it. What you're saying, keep doing what you're doing. And I know everybody's heart is not the way that we see here, because I'm looking at Ellen. All I can do is look at your action and what you have done by leaving the 2 black commissioners out. So what I would like to have you do is I ask that you delay the appointment of Chris Garinger. Yes. Do it right and do it fair so we can look at you. We appoint you to do for us. Do it right and do it fair. Delay it, and not only that, investigate why she did it. This corruption needs to stop. Enough is enough. All I'm going to tell you now is I'm going to come from the word of God. We opened up in prayer, so I'm just assuming that everybody in here believe what the same God that I believe.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right.
Terry Lynn Chambers, Grand Blanc Township, District 5. Congratulations, in 1 week, in 1 meeting, you have 2 new lawsuits against you. There's 5 of you on this board that should be ashamed of the way you voted the last time. You are disenfranchising the voters in this county. I may live in District 5, I have family and friends in 1 and 4, and they have a voice. And this board stole their voice and their right to vote and choose who represents them for a full term on this commissioner's board. We all know how the process works. You're gonna bring these applicants in here. It looks like rainbows and butterflies. They get to come in and they get to be interviewed, but we all know that you already know who you're putting in here. You've got them handpicked. I'm really curious and I will wait with bated breath to see, after they're appointed to this commissioner's board, what job they're offered later, which organization they will work for that takes money from the county that they will be sitting up here and voting on the money that goes to the organization they work for. Will it be the Flint and Genesee group? Will it be Burston Fieldhouse? Will it be the New McCree Theater? Or what other organization? There are people pulling the strings in this county and stealing the voice of the people. Districts 1 and 4 deserve to vote for who is going to represent them on this commissioner's board. And I missed something this past week, apparently, because I didn't realize what was going on with the road commission appointment either. So again, congratulations, 1 meeting, and you've got a full house of angry residents. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bishop Bernadette Jefferson, pastor of Faith Deliverance Center, but I'm also Beecher Metropolitan District Commissioner. And I stand as a citizen in Mount Morris, representing our community. And the process, we have fought, and since 2016, that I've been going backwards and forwards, standing up for the rights of the people of the Road Commission, or for the community. Because when you violate our rights as citizens and neglect to recognize the racial division, the racial discrimination, that you don't care about our community. And in a community in Flint, Michigan, where there is 57 or 67% people of color, and you say you don't matter. We don't care about you. And so the process, that's what we're talking about today, is the process that you chose, or you are choosing, or attempt to choose, a Genesee County Road Commissioner Board. And we are opposed to it. Why? Because there was no diversity, there was racial inequity, there was no inclusion, and there was no transparency. How can we continue to go on with division? How can we continue to go on with no integrity? We look out here today and see that we have a voice, and we want our voice to be heard. And if those that we elected to speak out and speak up for us do not do that, what do we have? And then when you come together and choose a committee of all Caucasians, is something wrong with that?
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, thank you to everyone for your service tonight. I come before you tonight with a question and a concern. Let me explain. I did not come to argue about the appointment or the election for several reasons. And one of those is because I applied for one of the vacant commissioner seats. I completed my application material as outlined on the county's website under the bolded text that reads Board of County Commissioner outlines appointment process, including meeting the deadline for submission on January 17, 2023 at 4:00 p.m. While I waited, anticipating an email that would confirm an interview for me, I reflected on the life and service rendered by Dr. King. I just celebrated him at several community events the day before. However, I received an email from Mr. Joshua Freeman stating that my submission was not timely and that my application was ineligible. I replied to Mr. Freeman, sharing my disagreement with his assessment and providing proof of my timely submission. I discovered through his email that he said that it reached his desk 1 minute late. I have with me a copy of the proof that my email submission was timely. Mr. Freeman and I did not disagree whether my material was submitted timely. It was, he said, when he received it. After a couple of email exchanges and several requests to reach an agreement, I visited Mr. Freeman's office to ensure that he was telling me, a qualified applicant who met the application criteria and deadlines, that I was indeed being denied an opportunity to move forward with the opportunity to potentially service this public. Now, I am sure that there are several other qualified citizens with us tonight who've expressed interest, but I want you to know, how can I advocate for the community that I want to represent when I first can't advocate for myself? And I usually sit in the background and I wait, but my application was both postmarked, if you use that term, or submitted in a timely fashion. I ask that
Thank you
for
for
a
your
motion
comments.
that you do consider to have me a part of the application pool.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I'm a Flint resident. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod. Felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet. I want to let y'all know we're wearied. Come to the place which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way with tears that has been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughter. Out of the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam, our hope, is far near. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, as I'm about to cry because I know what this is about. Thou hast brought us along this way. Thou who hast with thy might led us unto the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places our God met, lest we cried with the bitterness that our heart felt. I said all that to let you know that what you all did was wrong. Ms. Ellenberg, what you did was wrong. We're tired now. Fannie Lou Haven said we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Brenda Hanel, Vienna Township. I looked at your agenda today and I noticed that you're voting on a couple of things for people to attend conferences. And I noticed the price tag of not to exceed a certain dollar amount. Now, I don't know, because I wasn't at the meetings to know who all is going, how many people, and what all this is covering, but those price tags, they look rather high. Remember, you work and serve we the people. It's we the people's money that you're advocating. Please make sure that it's spent wisely, not only in this, but everything. And I'm going to end with the saying that my mother told us girls all the time: be sure your sins will find you out.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Joe Medora, Richfield Township Supervisor. I've been supervisor since 2008. I'm only here to speak on the Road Commission. I don't know what else is going on of the other areas here. But the roads in the state of Michigan are funded. The cities get their funding for the city roads, villages get the funding for their village streets, and townships get their funding through the road commissions. I can tell you, in my almost 15 years of doing this, that when residents have a problem with their road, they typically call the township. The township supervisor almost always gets that call. We're the ones who drive the roads. We're the ones who put together the plans to improving the roads. We are the ones that attend the meetings, the road commission, to work on those projects and those plans. And it's an ongoing, everyday thing. A lot of gravel roads in this county, a lot of potholes on the paved roads. So the experience that the townships have working on the township roads in conjunction with the road commissions is unique. So like I said, cities get their funding, they handle their roads. Villages get their funding, they handle their roads. Us townships rely on the road commission. We have a good relationship with them. I've worked with Chris Garinger for a number of years as a supervisor, fellow supervisor, as well as the other ones in the county. He knows his roads, he knows what the solutions are, he knows what the residents' concerns are. I think a township person is best to sit on the road commission. They have the experience that those things require, and I hope whatever else is going on, I hope you find someone like Chris Garinger. If Chris Garinger gets it tonight, great. That is where it needs to come from. The townships are the ones where the roads are funded to the road commission. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Armstrong. I'm from Linden, Michigan. And I'm going to start off with reading the remainder of her scripture that was cut off because we always should have a place for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in this place. He created it all. So shall they fear the name of the Lord from the west, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord shall lift up a standard against him. So I'm standing here as an elected official, and I am disgraced because what I know is that we get to be in the seats that we are in for two reasons: the Lord and our voters. We are to at all times preserve the voice of the voters. That is why we are here. And there are two seats, and their voices, the people in those districts, are not being heard. And that is disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. So every single person that voted for this appointment to those two empty seats, you should be ashamed of yourself. And the Lord is watching you.
my name is Monica Shapiro. I come from Grand Blanc Township, and I'm here specifically because the Road Commission is somewhat handicapped without David Arceo, who retired, and we need to have 5 people on the Road Commission so that the road work can continue as it has been. And I think I have attended many meetings with Fred. I am white, but he is a fair and well-learned man in the processes of doing our roads.
Talk to us.
I've
Talk
seen
to
nothing
us.
but responsible behavior from Fred.
Please be quiet. Give her respect for
And
her time.
I support Mr. Geringer. I know he's a good man. He cares a lot about his community, and he's a township person, and the Road Commission is mostly about what townships want and need. And he's a good civil servant, and I think it's great that you are trying to get the Road Commission moving again, because they need to have their full 5 members to do what we need for our roads. This other stuff about the commission, I don't know much about, but I do know about roads. I spend a lot of time working on them, and I think Geringer's great, and I think Fred Pavendi is excellent.
Thank you.
Man, here we go. Real quick, 2 minutes. And y'all know I ain't been up here about the road commission. Chris is racist. Lisa Hagel is racist. Genesee County is racist. It's nothing worse than a white racist liberal, because they know what we want: civil rights, schooling, everything. They know what to say to us and get our emotions going to vote for them. But when they get in office, they do something totally different, that white liberal. But they want to scream that Republicans are racist. No, Democrats, not all y'all, but a lot of y'all are racist. It's 2 Democratic parties here in Genesee County. It's a white one and a black one. The white one reaps all the rewards, and the black one just vote. Chris, racist. I went to Clayton Township when he said on that. I fought with Charlotte Brown. He said he don't want a black female as chief. Oh, Fred Pavani, dumber than a box of rocks. They passed over Anthony Branch to put him in there, and then hired an engineer to make sure that he knew how to do the job. Why are you paying for an engineer and he don't know how to do the job when you have a black man that know how to do the job? And then Shirley Kaufman-Jones, who was the chairperson of the Road Commission, said that she wanted the black man's head on a platter. Oh, that reminded me of John the Baptist, right? Genesee County is the racist county in this United States. Oh, but it stops now. It stops now. Just because y'all say, oh, Flint is in here. Flint is in here. Y'all get y'all own PA 51. But we still have brothers and sisters and cousins and family members that live outside the city of Flint. And when they hurt, we hurt. So we're going to stand together starting this year. We should have been standing together. Thank you.
My name is Chris Geringer. I live in Clayton Township. You know, I've heard a lot of things about me being a racist. I have family that is black. So you think that because I voted against Charlotte Brown that I'm a racist person. The question was how the process worked out. We spent $8,000 to have a correct process. I called Charlotte into my office. I asked her to run for this position. She refused to. I called her in again and begged her to. I told her, if you come in, be part of the process, I'd be more than happy to put your name forward. But she refused to do it. So, at the time of the meeting,
Please speak to us instead of the audience, please.
At the time of the meeting, there was a vote. There was a vote that was brought forth by one of the members, and they asked for Charlotte Brown to have her name brought forward. That was not part of the process. And at that point, I couldn't in good conscience, ethically, say, Charlotte, I have to vote for you, because that was not part of it. Unfortunately, I've been called a racist because of it. I like Charlotte. Charlotte was my friend. I'm hurt by that. Everybody talks about the process. You have to have a process. That's what government's all about. If you don't have a process, you don't have a government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any more comments? Any further comments? Third time? Any other comments? State your name and your city.
My name is Lathan Jefferson. I live in Flint, Michigan. We're going to go back here. Some years back, we had one gentleman that was on the road commission. They put him on administrative leave. He had access to a company car, cell phone, and he still was getting his pay. When they finally released him, they gave him a $40,000 severance package. Okay, you turn it back around, and then you had the gentleman, I believe his name is, the gentleman that's over the road commission that tells everybody kind of what to do. He wanted to know everybody's races, what their nationality was. That was not his job. That was somebody else's job. Now, the state requires that sometimes to know have people that are being hired correctly, but that was not his job. He turned around and fired a female worker. I don't want to mess up her name because I'm not going to get it right. And she had to go get an attorney to get back to work. Anytime you hire somebody or put a feeler out there, it shouldn't be put out for just one person. Now, after one of the meetings, I spoke to one of the gentlemen at the road commission. Now, he had another job in Detroit, and we had got to talking, and he mentioned something about some racial issues that had happened in Detroit. Now, mind you, I grew up in Romulus, so Detroit was like 30 minutes away, and there was an incident. There was enormous amount of incidents in Detroit where there would be 4 Caucasian officers that would ride around the city in plain cars. And when they would see 2 or 3 boys walking down the street, Afro-American, they would pull out and jump out of the car and throw them up against the wall and search them.
Thank you for your comments.
Now,
Your time is up.
Now, when you have people like that are on
Thank
our
you
board,
for your comments.
that's
Your
not
time
right.
is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Third time, discussion's closed for the public. Is there any communications?
No, ma'am.
Appointments, resolution 2023-1, approval of appointment of 911 consortium. Should I name who they are? Does somebody have to approve them?
It's all included, Madam Chair. The names are included within the resolution. It's Commissioner Winfrey and Commissioner Davis.
I'll move it.
Support.
Any discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 23-2, approval to request an appointment of Joe Krappel to serve as a member of the Genesee County Parks and Recreation Commission. Mr. Krappel's term will expire on 1/1/2026.
I move it. Support, and it's Crapel.
Crapel, sorry. Sorry about that name, Crapel, sorry. We have a motion and support. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Approval of a request to appoint Michelle Davis to serve as a member of the Genesee County Parks Recreation. Ms. Davis' term will expire on 1/1/2026.
I move it.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 4, approval of a request to appoint James Avery to serve as a member of the Genesee County Parks and Recreation Commission.
Support.
We have a motion and a support. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 5, approval of a request to appoint Chris Geringer to serve Genesee County Road Commission. This is a partial term ending 12/31/2024. We have a motion?
Move it.
Do you have a support? Did you move it?
I did.
Mr. Shoemaker, do you have a support?
I'll support it so we can have discussion, but I have a comment.
Okay, we have motion and support. Mr. Kuzno with your comment?
There's been a lot of comments about the process by the public. And it may be some things that I didn't know that happened, so I have questions. If all the resumes that we had of, I don't know how many it was right now, was those available or were they given to Mr. Winfrey and Mr. Avery?
Go ahead, Josh. Can you repeat?
I'm asking the question that if all the appointments, or I mean, all the applications that committee of 4, which I was on it, looked at, if Mr. Winfrey and Mr. Avery has seen those,
The resumes.
if they were provided to them.
The resumes, basically, I asked Mr. Freeman to put those on all the commissioners on their website or on their emails.
They were included with your packet at your first meeting.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
did
Just a
not-
second, I'm not done, please, Mr.
Okay, hold on.
Winfrey. I do have an issue about the makeup of that committee of 4, that it should include a broad spectrum of the community of Genesee County, which includes, in this case, African Americans, Mr. Winfrey, and Mr. Avery. I personally don't have any problem going back to the drawing board and taking one of those 4 off that committee, and I'll volunteer to step down and include one of those. If left on the board, however, I personally know and feel in my heart that Mr. Geringer is the proper selection. I've known Mr. Geringer since I was sitting on a township board in Thetford Township. I know his dedication to the roads and the road commission and to his community and to all the townships in Genesee County. I have personally witnessed that. I know how the townships work. Most of these board members here, other than Shoemaker and myself, I don't know if anybody comes out of the townships, but I know how the roads work, and I know how they work with the township people. And it's the township people that have the needs of the Genesee County Road Commission. So it is my personal position, as I stated years ago when I was elected for the first time, 6 years or whatever ago it was, that I would personally try to appoint people from the township to Genesee County Road Commission, because at the time, there wasn't any. And all the different township supervisors were frustrated with it. And I know at the time, despite the director at the time coming before this board and telling them how great our roads were, I saw the Pfizer ratings, and we were one of the worst, if not the worst county in the whole state of Michigan. And things had to change. And so I am a strong advocate of somebody coming out of the township. And I don't care which township it is. I don't care if it's one of the 4 in my district. I don't care if it's out of Fenton. I don't care where it is. But I want somebody that has that type of knowledge. And I just don't see it completely the way it should be at this point in time, and that's why I've been an advocate for Mr. Geringer. I am perfectly willing to start from scratch, and I am willing to step down from that committee. Although, as a township resident and a township post trustee, I think I'm very well qualified to make that appointment. But I leave that decision to you, Madam Chair.
And I made that appointment to you as the chair, to make you the chair of the subcommittee for appointments. At the time, you know, I had asked Mr. Winfrey about being on some committees, and he had said that I didn't ask him about the road commission, but I did ask him about others, and he said he already was on 7 boards. And he did accept to take the 911 committee and then Human Services. I didn't ask Mr. Avery, and because it was on a Friday is when Mr. Shoemaker was on that committee. And I know that you work and that it might be inconvenient. But we can go back to the board if that's what you'd like. I still would like you as the chair, and
You can do what you want as far as that, but I want one of those 2 gentlemen on that board of 4 because they represent 20, excuse me, please, please. This is not a sporting event. They represent 20% of the county. And their voice needs to be heard on any committee that we form as a board. And I'd leave that to you, ma'am.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I speak?
yes.
There's a lot more wrong with that committee in addition to the composition of the committee, even though that was terrible. But there are no rules, there are no guidelines, there are no procedures for the committee. And in a county where we're striving to implement best practices, I mean, that's Neanderthal type of functioning. I would suggest that even if it goes back to committee, that you appoint a subcommittee to develop guidelines and processes for that committee, so that it is done fair, open, transparent, et cetera. But to my fellow commissioners, you know, usually when we cry racism, I think sometimes, you know, it falls on deaf ears to some of my Caucasian brothers and sisters. But believe us, you know, because we know it. You know, we see it every day and we feel it. So when we say it, give us some credibility, because, I mean, we're not making it up. I mean, it's real. And with regards to this whole appointment process, let me just say that I think the resolution was conceived in a manner in which someone was trying to shove something down our throats. They had a particular agenda that they wanted to fulfill, and that is how they filled it. Really by appointing 2 basically new commissioners who didn't really know the backstory, okay? So it played right into that person's hand as to who they wanted to appoint. I think this whole process is kind of remindful of the Jim Crow era of the 1950s, you know, where we were totally excluded, you know, from the process. And I think passing this resolution would send us right back as a county board to that particular era in our history. And I don't think we want to do that. I think also that placing this particular item on the agenda at this particular time was very disingenuous. I think it was very conniving. And as I said before, it was done to fulfill a particular purpose. You know, I'm sorry, but I think a couple of people got hoodwinked in this process. So in the 2 years that I've sat here in this seat, I have never seen an appointment made like this. I mean, usually we would bring all of the candidates for a particular position to the total board, and we would vote as to whom we would want to, whoever got the majority vote would be it. And it would go round and round and round until someone got the majority vote. Now, I don't have a problem with a committee, appointments committee, but I have a problem with any committee that doesn't have any guidelines or operating procedures. Secondly, I think the committee was hastily put together at the whim of the chairperson, without regards, obviously, to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think that the composition of that committee reeks of racism, and that no person of color was appointed. And I mean, why, with all of the other appointments that we have to make in the very near future, why was this particular appointment singled out? Why? I mean, we got 10 or 15 other appointments to make. Why was this one singled out? You know, I just, you know, again, I'm just imploring my fellow commissioners, you know, to vote this resolution down. I don't want you to be an accomplice to bigotry. And I'm also imploring this board to revisit and refine our appointments process. And, you know, I would really like this board to really buy in, you know, to, you know, what we put forth when we impaneled the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission to ferret out systemic racism in Genesee County. I'd like to just implore all of you, you know, to revisit that particular principle. So I'm just asking fellow board members, you know, don't allow this travesty to happen. You know, it's within our power to prevent it from happening.
Thank you. Mr. Cousineau, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to make another comment. I know and I understand why you set up that committee to review appointments. It was something I did several years ago when I was the chair of this committee, and it was before Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Avery, and Wayhill and Davis were here, so it's a completely new board other than Sean and you. Everybody's new to me, and I understand that. But when I first got here 6 years ago, and I sat in this very chair, appointments would come up. There was no resume, there was nothing, absolutely nothing other than somebody on the board had a pet project to promote. And I was expected to vote on somebody. I had absolutely nothing in front of me. But those people that were supported by various entities across the county would push those people through, and they'd round up secretly their votes. And I was just absolutely dumbfounded that this board, as a whole, never vetted anybody. So after 3 years of frustration, when I become the chair, I decided to do that, set up a committee to vet. And when I did it, I took people across the county for that committee of 4 to vet that. And even then, there's various people that tried to work around it, and that's fine, but all it was, and all this was a recommendation. And everybody can vote for whatever they want. It isn't anything to say you have to vote for that person. It was just a way of vetting all these resumes. I mean, they wouldn't even ask for resumes. At least we're asking for resumes.
Madam Chair, as I
So So let me finish, Mr. Winfrey, and then I'll sit quietly while you speak. So when I set that committee up, I tried to make it equal amongst all people on the board from all sections of the township, the county, from all areas, including the city of Flint. And I think I set it up then. Now, in retrospect as to how this is happening, and I understand Mr. Winfrey's concerns, and I understand Mr. Avery's concerns, I would like to allow you the opportunity to rethink that, to allow equal diversity across the county. Because I represent the people in my district, which is very diverse, but I also represent the whole county of Genesee to make this a better community. And that's what my mandate is to come and do. So I recommend you change that committee makeup and we start from scratch. And I would like to make an amendment to my support of the original motion to do that first, and then come back to this committee. And I would like to do it within 1 week's time.
Will you amend yours?
Yes.
The motion, okay.
Yeah,
The
Madam
motion has
Chair.
been amended.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah. I have no problem with an appointments committee, but like I said, it has to have some guidelines. I don't think that if we have 12 applicants, that a committee of 4 people should decide for the entire board who that one particular appointment should be. I think that the process should be refined, that maybe the committee would come with 3 or 4 recommendations to the full board, as opposed to just one, because that excludes 5 other commissioners. And I'm not, that's not fair, that's not impartial. Even if I'm on the committee, that's still not fair or impartial. It's not fair to the candidates who applied, to the applicants.
Are you finished, Mr. Woodford?
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Shoemaker had.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr.
My
Shoemaker.
apologies, Commissioner.
It's okay. Before you were here, Charles, through the chair, before you were here, Charles, when Commissioner Kuzno set up that committee, before a chair that several people on this board voted for who demolished that committee because appointments were better made that fit them and their political future, we had rules in place. That's why we have resumes. I was named chair of that committee. Commissioner Kuzno named me the chair of the committee. Before that, we didn't take resumes. We didn't have a process for how many days we would sit out, and that's why I was frustrated at the last meeting when we wanted to do the appointments for commissioners. There is no process in place, and I agree with you 100%, Commissioner Winfrey, that guess what? There should be process in place. I'm happy to see the committee back in place. I think it's a wonderful committee if done right. We did have processes in that, but remember when the former chair, 2 chairs ago, took office, he demolished that committee and all the rules we had, the plans we had, how we did it. And you were right, we did interviews, and we would send it out, and we would come with 3 or 4 recommendations. This was our first, and we had a ranking scale where we would show how we rank them. But I'm sorry, like I said, I'm not chair of that committee now. But I do support Mr. Geringer as far as we interviewed him before, and he was one of the choices before, and I think he did a great job. And I agree that representation throughout the entire county is fantastic because, there's certain roads I don't travel, up in the north, east, or west of the county as often. So I think that's good. But I'm happy to see that it goes back. If we're moving fast on this, I think it's wonderful. And if everyone's happy with it, like I said, if you need, Ellen, if you need me to actually step back, I will. I appreciate you naming me because I had the experience before and I had done it, and I have sat on a township board for 6 years on top of that and worked with the road commission. But as for Commissioner Kuzno, also, I will, if whatever you need done so we can move this process forward, if you need to take me off of it. Now, mind you, I am one of the one Republican on the board. We want to talk diversity. I get left out of a ton of crap a ton. And it's very frustrating for me at times, so I understand your frustration, Charles, and I understand your frustration, James, that you felt left out. Because I've walked in here many a times, smiles on faces across the room, and guess what? You feel you've been left out. So I'm more than happy to revisit this if you're upset by it. And let's move forward and get the rest of this meeting out of the way so we can interview candidates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, one other point. And I think, before we bring any appointment back to this board, that the full board contingent should be seated so that the 1st District and the 4th District representative can also buy in to our decision.
So you're making a motion to postpone this until our first meeting with the full board?
Well, I think there's an amendment.
They both rescinded their motion.
We have,
Okay.
point of procedure here, whatever it's called. I think there's motions on the floor that we need to address.
Okay.
And then we can, depending on how those motions go, we can
Right.
address.
To address the procedures and guidelines and then not to make the appointment until after the two other board members are seated.
So if I might, Madam Chair, just to clarify what is actually on the floor, the original motion was by Commissioner Shoemaker, supported for discussion purposes by Commissioner Cousineau to approve the recommendation for Mr. Gehringer. Then we had discussion, and then Commissioner Cousineau offered a friendly amendment to the motion he supported to return it, I think, to the Appointments Committee as newly constituted by you, without Mr. Cousineau and with one of the gentlemen seated across from me. Does that fairly describe what is on the floor?
Okay, that's pretty.
We have to vote first on the friendly amendment, or we just vote on the whole thing as a whole?
I think you need to vote on the amendment, the friendly amendment first. I'm looking at our corporate counsel. No?
Because it was a friendly amendment accepted by the original mover, all you have now before you is the new revised motion, which is essentially to start over. That's the way I heard it.
Okay.
So you only need to take one vote, and that is yes, I want to start over, or no, I don't want to start over.
Right. If I may, Madam Chair, just make a couple comments on the motion and the content of the discussion thus far. So this is my 14th day on the Genesee County Commission. There's some information that's being shared tonight that I am unfamiliar with in terms of some of the history, particularly as it relates to the Road Commission, but I am very willing to learn more from those who are at the podium. Let me just say this. I am, even though it's my 14th day on the commission, I like to think that I have a pretty good grounding in American politics and American history, and I'm well aware that people of color have been more than excluded, that's putting it nicely, for more than 400 years in our society at the national level, at the state level, and certainly here in Flint, where we used to draw boundaries for elementary schools that would maximize white students in one elementary and black students in the other. We had segregation with our schools within the city. We had codicils on properties that would not allow people of color to even spend the night unless they were employed by the people that lived in the house. I'm aware of that, and I believe that as a result, we need to be very intentional about being inclusive, and that goes for committees of the county commission. I'm the vice chair of this body. Very reluctantly, I felt before the vote was taken that a person of color, given we have a Caucasian chair, should be the vice chair. And I expressed that to my friend Commissioner Avery more than once, and also to the chair. She had no control over it, really. But I was nominated by Commissioner Winfrey and seconded by Commissioner Avery, and paused. I did not expect that nomination and did not want it. I would prefer that we have diversity reflected in the leadership of the county commission, but Because those two gentlemen nominated me, I accepted it, and here we are. I think back to Commissioner Nolden, who was a friend of mine. We served on the city council together, and because I was vice president under Councilman Lloyd, who's in the audience tonight. I was vice president under Councilwoman Poplar, who is in the audience tonight. And then I was vice president of the city council under Councilman Kincaid, two white gentlemen in charge of the city of Flint, which is even more diverse than the county. And in my 4th year, I went to then Councilman Nolden and said, I think you should be the vice president. We need to have diversity in the ranks of the leadership of the Flint City Council. So all of that is to say that I'm a strong proponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and believe that, one example of that should be on the committees that we form here in the county commission. So I'm in support of the motion to return it and essentially start from scratch so that we can have voices of people that have been marginalized and excluded for all of our history included.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a motion and a support to do the changing of our board. Mr. Avery, would you be willing to sit on that board?
Well,
As the chair, I sit on all the boards. Personally, I don't want to sit on all the boards. So basically, I sit until we can fill it. So if Mr. Avery would be interested, or Mr. Winfrey, either one.
I'll take it.
because I did at one point as far as this appointment of a new commissioner, the time-wise, is that excluding the other two for being available for that, or is it just going to be done before they're brought on board? Is it just limited to, is it just limited to me and Charles? That's what I'm asking.
Right. It would be up to the chair of the committee when they want to set that up. Mr. Cousineau, when would you like to do that? Sorry.
Madam Chair, in the
I
interim.
can set it up next week. I'm sorry, I was coughing. I didn't hear your exact question.
He would like to see if we can do it with the full board. So could we set that up after the full board is appointed after the 25th? Set up a meeting for.
Well, why don't we vote? I'm assuming this is, we're going to, the
Change
motion that's on the floor,
To change the makeup of
that
the
we're going to
committee.
change the makeup. And at that point in time, if Mr. Avery would like to make a motion, that would be okay with me.
Okay.
So we have to deal with the motion on the floor, if
Yeah,
I'm
and
correct.
just for clarification, in parliamentary terms, the motion on the floor is to postpone this action indefinitely, no date certain, indefinitely.
Correct.
You're just postponing it. Then what you do after that vote, you can decide if you want to change the makeup of the committee.
That's
when
my
the-
understanding. That's
Yeah,
my understanding.
okay. good.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. Okay, do we have a
Madam Chair,
second?
and change the makeup of that committee, and that committee may be all members. But I'll let that
Yeah,
evolve into itself.
Okay.
Point
all
of
right.
clarification. Are we postponing the appointment or are we postponing the process?
So, Madam Chair, if I can just jump in. So there's a couple things going on here. My understanding is that you are not voting on the appointment tonight, that your motion is going to reconstitute the committee. You're directing the board chair to reconstitute the committee with this motion. Your rules, your bylaws state that the board chairperson appoints the members of any special committee. An appointment committee is not a standing committee, it is a special committee that would be appointed by the chair. The motion that's on the floor is basically to update the composition of that committee and not to deal with the appointment tonight.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, item 6, approval of an update to the bylaws for the Genesee County Board of Commissioners. Need a motion?
I make motion.
Okay,
Yeah, so
Mr.
moved.
Avery made the motion, need a support?
I'll support it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have discussion?
We have to, yeah, we have to. Can we just wait a
Can we
minute
take
for
a-
everybody to leave, just
may
so we can
make
hear?
sense to take
Yeah,
like
we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, thank you.
Put a 5-minute timer up there, and then it'll expire in 15 minutes after that. Voice of the people. You? You're the voice of something.
Okay. We'll start the meeting back at 7:05. Reports of Standing Committee, Board of Commissioners, there's none at this time. Community Economic Development, Dale.
We did not deal with item number 6.
Oh.
Which is under appointments. It should have been under the Board of Commissioners. Item
We did for the
6,
bylaws?
we did not vote on that. We took a break before.
Okay. Okay, Resolution 6, approval of an update of the bylaws for the Genesee County Board of Commissioners. Can I have a motion?
So move.
Support?
Support.
Any discussion? Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just, to be clear, so my constituents understand, I'm a no on this still because the purchase is for items that have an annual value over 30,000 made in accordance. I'm not for, I'm for the 10,000 number.
Under 30.
Under, I'm sorry, I saw it, under 30,000, so.
Any more discussion? All in favor of this resolution?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Reports of standing committees, Board of Commissioners, none at this time. Economic Development, Dale Wahill.
We've not met yet, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. Finance Committee, Marty Kuzno.
In the sense of trying to move forward, all the items on the Finance Committee, C1 through C20, we've already discussed and passed in subcommittee, and I would like to move them in unison unless somebody wants to talk about a certain one.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a support for 1 through 20. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. On Government Operations, James Avery.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Make a motion for approval of the request of Genesee County offices of the prosecutor to travel to the Prosecuting Association of Michigan Winter
We have a
Conference.
motion, a support. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Human Services Committee,
Thank you,
Chairperson
Madam
Charles
Chair.
Winfrey.
Thank you. I move items 1, 2, and 3.
Support.
We have a motion and a support. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Public Works, Ellen Ellenberg, Chairperson, Vice Chairman Sean Shoemaker. Approval of a purchase order to Tri-County International Trucks in the amount not to exceed $144,547.97.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Since we went through these at committee, can we move items 1 through 7?
Yes, can we have a motion?
I so move.
Support?
Support
Any
with a comment?
Which one?
Well, moving them all.
Right.
And the same, I should have said it during my committee, but normally I prefer to read these out so it's more open and transparent to the public who's listening in and archived forever. However, due to time limitations, et cetera, I will support it and vote for it.
Okay. Any more further discussion on these? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. At this time, we have no unfinished business. Where are we at now, Josh?
Now we're on the appointment.
Okay. Now is the time that we have set aside to conduct interviews for those who applied for our vacant commissioner seats. Applicants will be given an opportunity to provide up to 2-minute opening statement. Commissioners will then have up to 8 minutes in total to ask questions to the candidate. I would ask both commissioners and applicants to be concise in their questions and answers so everyone has an opportunity to participate. We will call on each commissioner in order by district. If you don't have a question, we'll move on to the next district. At this time, I would ask all the applicants to move to room 301. We'll call you up in the order that the applicants were received. I think at this time, Mr. Winfrey, were there something that you wanted to bring up?
Yes, I'd like to include Mr. Kenneth Frierson as one of the applicants. He has proof that he submitted his information at 4 o'clock, and that was the guideline that it not be received at 4, but submitted at 4. And he has the email proof that it was sent at 4 o'clock. So I'd like to include him as one of the candidates.
I can support that.
Okay, we have a motion and a support. Could you say what,
discussion, please.
could you say what district that's for?
4,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Kuzno?
You know, I've not, generally I'm for this. However, I've not seen the evidence that he mailed it in time, and I understand it being delayed because I get my emails sometimes very late after I submit it. And so, Mr. Winfrey, can I, through the chair, Mr. Winfrey, have you seen that email?
And it was brought to our director, where his is submitted at 4, and we received at 4:01.
Okay, where is it at there? Oh, 4, okay, that's fine.
Okay. So we have a motion and support. Any other discussion on this? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. You're more than welcome to go back into 301. Thank you for understanding and the confusion. Okay.
So Commissioner, or Chairperson Ellenberg, I don't know what district you want to start with, or
Let's do
the
one.
first or the fourth. Your packets were in order by time received by our office. So the first person, according to that, would be Ms. Terrard.
And that's for District 1.
District 1, yeah. If that's how you guys want to start, I don't know how you want to roll.
Mr. Shoemaker?
The gentleman that was added, do we have his resume for the rest
I
of
do
us
have a
commissioners?
copy of it. I did not include it because it was received by our office after the
Can-
deadline.
Can we get that copy?
Mailed that just real quick.
Uh,
Copy, I guess.
yes.
Please have it for us by the time he comes in.
Yeah, and that's for District
He'll
4.
be the last one, I assume.
Yep. Yep, that's for District 4. So Lakeisha is the first person, and I'll go.
So the first candidate will be Lakeisha Turad. That's how it's pronounced.
Oh, she's not here.
Okay. Okay.
Not here?
Lakeisha is not here.
Not in the room. So next one would be Kate Fields.
Did anybody see her? I don't know who she
Yeah,
is.
she was here earlier. I guess she left.
I just hate for her to be in the restroom or something. Well, if she is here and shows up, we'll come back to her.
Yeah.
So the next candidate is Kathleen Fields.
Madam Chair, are we just going to go one round of questions, or what are we going to do?
I believe so with the time. And if possible, I think it's always good practice to kind of do each candidate the same question so that you have a feedback of their answer.
So we do have a timer for 2 minutes for the opening statement. As the chairperson said, we're trying to limit the entire thing for 10 minutes in total, so then we can maybe do a timer for 8 minutes after that. Does that work?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm going to work on getting that other one printed off and get it here for you.
Ms. Kate Fields, if you could stand in front of the microphone. Yep. And your 2 minutes starts.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Commissioners and Madam Chair. My name is Kate Fields. I live on the east side of Flint. District 1 is now redrawn, so it goes through Mount Morris, the north end of Flint, the east side of Flint, all the way over through College and Cultural through Evergreen. So it's an interesting redrawing, and happy to be in District 1. I'd like to say really before we begin anything, though, is that I would like to offer the family of Commissioner Nolden my condolences. And I know that I feel kind of bad about even having to be here, but I know, as I said in my cover letter, that he would be the first to acknowledge that you've got to continue the work of taking care of the people in the county. So thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to come before you, an application for this position.
All right, thank you. And we'll start with Mr. Winfrey.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fields, just a couple of questions. First of all, why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Because I would like to use all of the academic knowledge and the experiential knowledge I have of government in this new venue, which is county. In fact, I spent a lot of time researching what governs the county governance, because I served on Flint City Council, and of course it's the charter most specifically, and I found out to my amazement the county has no charter. It's the state of Michigan, and I was told by someone to think of the county as kind of an arm of state government in a way. But the main work you do, as I understand it, is budgets, to take care of all of the agencies that deliver services to the county. And I'm very interested in trying to help the people in the whole county, in my district and the whole county, with my accumulated knowledge and experience of government.
Secondly, if selected, what would you do to put the county on firmer financial footing?
In my answer to the questions, the two questions that the commissioners asked, one was, what do you see as the three largest issues and how would you propose to resolve them? Only having really begun to delve into how county government works and what the problems are, I discovered, of course, that the problems are very much like the city of Flint's challenges, which is number one being the high legacy costs. And how do we meet our obligations with this ever increasing and accelerating legacy costs? So I gave a couple of ideas I had. I don't know how much work the commission has already done on some of the ideas I proposed, but from my knowledge base, I found out that we still have 5 to 6 mills at least, maybe more, available. You know, we're maxed out. We can only charge so many mills. But if an addition of one mill basically is about $50 per $100,000 household per year. Okay? So I think we should let the people decide through a millage vote what services they want on the county and what they're willing to fund. So I think if we could propose it, especially like a criminal justice millage, which might include, because the criminal justice is about 80% of your budget, of our budget, the county's budget. And I think it would bear looking into, because I think the public really supports public safety. And you basically could take care of your legacy costs by not having to fund these departmental costs, if that makes sense.
Okay, last question.
Sure.
How do you define systemic racism, and what would you do to eradicate it from our county government system?
Mr. Winfrey, I'm good, but I'm not that good. This is a problem our nation, our planet is dealing with. And I don't know how we overcome generations of the pain and rage that racism has caused, and it's real. I don't know how to turn that around other than to continue trying to have an awareness and trying to eliminate or not promote, especially any policy, without the thoughts of, is there systemic racism involved in this policy? Because that's part of what the county level government can do.
Those are all of my questions.
Okay, being the fact that we're supposed to use a total of 10 minutes total per candidate.
Oh, I'm
Maybe we
sorry.
should just ask one question so I'll go ahead and let Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Ms. Fields.
Hello.
Could you share any positive characteristics that you would lend to our board if selected for our board's ability, growth, any of those aspects?
Well, you know, I had a prior life as an academic, and I'm really known both in that world and in my stint on city council, 6 years there, as being a researcher, researching issues, and bringing that information to my colleagues. So they're just better informed on things they have to vote on.
Thank you.
My question is, if we went to an election process, would you have ran for this position?
I'm really not sure. I'd have to think about that. In fact, the same question kind of was asked of me, you know, if you got this position, would you run in 2 years, right? Because it's for the end of the term. I would really have to think about it, and would depend on my experience on being on the board and what is going on with the world and with myself and with the county at that point in time. It's the best answer I can give.
All right, thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Shoemaker?
Applying, by the way.
Thank you.
One of my first questions would be, if you can hear me, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Well, after reading Public Act 156 and doing as much research as I can, one, you have control of the county budget, and the county budget actually funds, and you would think, well, then everything you fund is under your jurisdiction in the operation of it, but I discovered that's not true. I think there are at least 4 departments, Sheriff's Department, Treasurer, et cetera, that the county determines the budget for those entities, but you have no control over the activities of them. So I'm sorry, could you remind me again? I'm going off my...
What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Okay, so 1, it's budgets, and 2 is policy. Policy which affects the different entities and the delivery of services of those entities. Welcome.
Mr. Cousineau?
Thank you, Ms. Fields, for applying. I'm going to kind of ask a few questions wrapped into one. But at any rate, as a county commissioner, you will represent a number of people. First of all, you will represent and be accountable, if you will, to your District 1. But you'll also represent the county as a whole. Not just your district, but the county as a whole.
I understand.
What do you identify as what needs to be done in the county to satisfy those goals of yours to do that? And what committee would you like to sit on to accomplish those goals?
I would like to add whatever I have in terms of a knowledge base and ability to bring stability to the county, because I know we're facing financial challenges. And I think I could do that. I'm not aware of all of the committees that exist, but I am very familiar with budgets and budget processes. On city council, I had served as chair of the finance committee twice, went through the budget process, the audit processes. When I was running a nonprofit, which you have my resume, for a number of years, a community development corporation, budgets are at the heart of running a nonprofit. You have to control your money in order to know what programs and services you can deliver. So I would love to serve on finance, but truthfully, I'm not even yet aware how many different committees the county has, standing committees and/or ad hoc. So I would be willing to serve wherever I could be of use.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wayhill?
Madam Chair, I think we're over time, so I'm willing to dispense with my question unless we're going to extend time for every candidate. I think we need to figure out how that we,
We can extend the time if you'd like,
well.
if you have a one question.
Yeah, I'll ask one question. So, we have limited capacity at the county to solve the many challenges that we face, which they're myriad, right? What relationships or connections or experience do you have with other sectors, healthcare, business, labor, nonprofits, that you could bring to bear through collaborative efforts to solve county problems where we may not have the capacity solely as a commission?
Okay, so you're talking about those personal or professional connections. Gosh, Commissioner Wayhill, I know so many people in this county that you would be amazed in 10 years of teaching at the graduate level, the master's level, the public administration, how many people have been students of mine that work in every facet, phase of government and the nonprofit world in Genesee County, and actually through state government and throughout. So I think I have an extremely good base of connections out there, both through students and through my work in a nonprofit and as a city council person.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis, would you like to ask a question?
I have no questions.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can take a seat in the audience, or if you'd like, or you can leave, doesn't matter.
It's been an honor to be considered. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, and we'll have results on the 25th. Yes. Our next candidate is Michael Doan, Jr.
He's on his way.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You allow me to pass you guys out something first?
Mr. Freeman can pass them out. He went and got food.
It appears the clerk has dinner for us. I'm grateful for that.
I know. This is part of your 2 minutes, if you'd like to start.
Okay, yes. So my name is Michael Doan. Born and raised Flint, Michigan. Went to school over at Northwestern, Flint Community Schools. Attended Baker College for some time, and now I'm attending Mont Community College. I am studying business management. Just want to tell you a little bit about myself. Born and raised, like I said, I'm raising my son here. I am a true product of Flint. All I do is love serving my community. I started serving my community back when I was 14 years old, just going around and advising and supervising at different campaign headquarters for mayor and sheriff and whatever else I can get my hands on. It was a lovely time for me back then when I was trying to figure out who I wanted to be and who I was, and I think I figured that out. And so since then, I've also opened up a phone company. I started my first job working Metro PCS also when I was the age of 14. So I love business all the way around. I'm teaching my son to be the same way. He's autistic, so it's a little bit harder with him, but he's pushing through it. He's 9 years old. I remember when he was first born, he wouldn't talk at all, and now I can't get him to be quiet. So progress is that's the key right there, progress. So that's who I am.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Winfrey. If
Thank
you
you,
could
Madam
limit
Chair.
it to one question.
Thank you for applying, Michael.
Yes, sir.
One question, why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Just to continue to serve my community. During the election process of this past election, I was actually working on a few different campaigns, just seeing the process. And then after the election was over, I was just so intrigued on learning about trying to figure out what was the rest of the process after the polls closed. And I got to learn about the county canvassing board and the state canvassing board. And the reason why I was interested is just because we've been having so many issues in Flint, trying to get the right representation and trying to get people to be dedicated to the cause. And we seem to can't get that. We seem to want people that come outside of our communities to take control of our communities and represent us and not even knowing us. I feel like because I was born here and really love my community, serving any way I can in the church, teaching my son what's right and wrong, also an advocate for autism. I just want to keep that momentum going and serving my community in any capacity I can. So I would love to be a part of this board. I almost didn't show up today. I wanted to be honest because I can see that I'm the youngest individual here, and that kind of scared me a little bit because people always want to turn away the millenniums, but not knowing that the millenniums is next in line. You know, we're right at the door. We're already taking over in different aspects, you know, all over the country, business, urban designer, social media. I mean, you can go, the list goes on and on, even with skilled trade. There was an article I read recently about plumbing and those long-time skilled trade jobs. Those people are retired or you know, passed away. And so, you know, the millenniums is next. I just want to be a part of the history making and continuing on and representing Flint and Genesee County and being a voice for the people. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dome,
How you doing?
Thank you for applying.
Yes, sir.
Could you share any outstanding characteristics that you would lend to our board if you were to have been selected?
Yes, so as you know, like I said, I am studying business currently, and I've been studying business hands-on for the past 10 to 12 years. I bring management skills to this board. I also bring in leadership, great quality, and knowing how to be very observant when I need to, and researching the problem and being real thorough before, you know, voting on any kind of issues. And I take that real personally, even in my personal voting life. So, you know, I think being young is a number one for me, you know, because I'm always driven to learn new things. I'm always driven to be open-minded. Right along with my experience in, like I said, management and finance, and just me being, you know, a pillar of the community and being able to be dedicated to the cause. So.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
You know, this replacement is basically very unusual for us to be doing this at this time for.
Of course.
For full 2 years. So if we would have went to an election process instead of appointment, would you have ran for election?
Yes, so in my documents I submitted to you, I've obtained 65 signatures. Sorry, I also just started doing pre-law. I'm going to be studying pre-law. I just got an intern and a paid intern with the Genesee County Bar Association, and I'm doing some overseeing over there and working with them. But I took the time to get 65 signatures just to show that, you know, if this was the regular process of obtaining the signatures, you know, trying to get people to get you on the ballot, you know, I have that same dedication. So unfortunately, I was trying to get to 100, but I only got to 65. So I submitted that in the packet as well of all 65 signatures and people addressed, and that I was able to note that they were registered voters. So.
Thank you. Mr. Shoemaker?
Well, Michael, thank you for applying.
Yes, sir.
I have one question for you here. What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
listening to our people. I'm going to be blunt. I think that we should listen to our people, and just like we had a room full of, citizens about 45 minutes ago, I believe that's the number one thing, listening and making sure they be heard. But not only listening, coming with that duty is being able to make sound decision, be able to vote on serious matters and economic matters, that impact the community as a whole and the county as a whole. I just believe that, again, I'm gonna say that a lot, being one of the younger people that's applying for this position, I'm just open to being able to be a listening ear and being able to be dedicated to whatever I put my mind to, so.
Thank you. Mr. Kuzno?
If appointed, you will represent District 1, and by extension, you will represent the whole county. And with those goals in mind, what would you do and what committee would you like to serve on to help maintain those goals or attain those goals for District 1 and the county as a whole?
Was that a two-part question or just one? I'm sorry, because I lost you. You said?
That's all right. Basically, what it comes down to is what committees would you like to serve on to attain your goals serving your community, which is District 1 and the county as a whole? To improve both areas, the whole thing.
I like to be a part of the Finance Committee, and I like to be a part of the Human Resources Committee. Human Resources is a big thing, as I don't know if you guys had the chance to read over my entry questions and everything like that. I believe Human Resources plays a big part with mental health, and I believe that looking over that and looking over the human resources that we have in this county to help different citizens get the help that they need. I speak to numerous people a day just because, like I said, my son is autistic, and a lot of people just don't know where to go. They don't know what resources are available in this county. So I believe human resources is a big thing, and I believe the finance is another big thing, just because we have to make sure we have a financial budget that can support those matters, whatever they been. I can go on, and I know we don't have that much time, but those are the two that I'll be dedicated to and I would love to be a part of. Like I said, I am a part owner in Metro by T-Mobile, T-Mobile telecommunication, and that's one of the number one things in our business is the budget and making sure everything is budgeted out correctly, inventory, accessories, the actual commission structure. So if I am appointed, I'll be very thrilled to be a part of that process with financing and trying to find additional funding for the county.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Doan. Appreciate you being here. I think that it's well known the county has limited capacity to solve all the problems and all the challenges that we have. So my question is, what relationships do you have in Genesee County with other sectors? So healthcare sector, education sector, labor, the faith community, where you can bring those people to bear in collaboration to help solve county problems?
Like I said, I've know a lot of people that's actually all around faith, education, mental health, education. Being the Cyber Education Center is a great program that Genesee County had here back in 2017, and it's still around, but they don't have a hub here in Flint anymore. And that helped our at-risk youth. I was a part of that. I was the director of that hub here back in 2017 to end of 2018. They made sure they could help at-risk kids that was on the verge of dropping out or having other home issues or relative problems to where they couldn't attend school, or they were at the verge of not being able to meet the state requirements, which being 21 years of age. Cyber Education Center came into Genesee County already approved with the state of Michigan throughout Detroit area to come in and service kids that was all the way up to age 25 and still help them get that funding, that additional funding from the state for their education and letting them come get an actual high school diploma. This wasn't a GED program. This helped them work at their own pace. They could come into that hub. They can get additional tutoring. They also could see about different resources that we may have had to help, if they had any disabled kids or elderly family members in the home. We had those additional resources in that hub. So Cyber Education Center was a rock. They're actually in talks right now with Flint Community Schools on doing some partnering on helping their accelerated learning program be able to achieve them same goals, work at their own pace. And that means, they can go as fast as they want or slow as they want, but being able to obtain that high school diploma at the age of 25, on down. So
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
one
Dunn.
resource. That's just one major resource. That's why I said, I'm sorry, I could just go on and on. We just don't have the time.
Yep.
But that's just one major resource.
Commissioner Davis, do you have a question?
I just want to say I appreciate your enthusiasm. It's awesome. And I don't have any questions for him.
All right.
Thank you for applying.
Thank you for your time.
No problem. I thank you for giving me the time, and you guys have a great evening.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Leanna is not here, so we'll go on to Ms. Battles. Okay. Yes, right there. Yeah. At the microphone. Oh, yep. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Valencia Battle, and I want to extend a thank you, Madam Chairperson, and the rest of you illustrious members of the Genesee County Board of Commissioners for allowing me to present myself to you today. I was born and raised in Flint, Michigan. I remember when Flint was booming. Absolutely booming, and I believe it can again. But I believe there's a lot of work that we all have to help do. I have been working here in the city for a whole lot of years. And as a nurse, social worker, and a therapist, I have worked in the community. One of my greatest accomplishments has been working in the church since I was 9 years old. And I've worked with concerned pastors and all. As a nurse at Hurley, I've worked at other healthcare agencies, but Hurley is my sweet spot. I have been able to affect and help change the lives of many people here as a social worker at the Department of Social Service, volunteering for 20 years and contractual for 2. I also had a chance to affect change. One of my greatest jobs was working at Job Corps. Those kids taught me a lot about life. So in this community, we have a myriad of resources. We have some of the wealthiest health resources in Genesee County than any other area in the country, and I'm a great traveler. I worked, for 3 years in Atlanta, Georgia suburbs, facilitating dialysis centers and running those centers for them. And I had women on my staff that had to work 2 jobs to supply health insurance for their families, because you don't just get health insurance in many other parts of the country. We get health insurance. There's a lot of people here uninsured, but we have other health avenues where they can go and receive it, such as Genesee County, that I love, where I retired from. And I worked throughout the county, so I know I have a somewhat of a pulse for the entire county because, I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, your 2 minutes are up.
Oh.
So we'll go on to our questions with Commissioner Winfrey first.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Ms. Battle, and thank you for applying.
Hello, thank you.
Just one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
I would like to become a county commissioner because I would like to help effect change. There's a lot of blight in our city, tremendous blight in the District 1, throughout the city, but District 1. And blight is dangerous, creates a haven for negative negative interactions, but also it's distressing. It's distressing when you spend so much money on your property and all around you, you can't drive to your home from various places because the blight, you're just distressed along with the roads, the streets also. And then healthcare, that's my main emphasis, healthcare. And having worked in a myriad of positions throughout the county, the healthcare is something that really needs to be addressed here, especially the disparity in healthcare, the comorbids that people have. Many people don't have just one illness, they have several illnesses, and those are impacted by the first illness to where people have not the access to be able to go. Some people don't have transportation. Then the children and the elderly. It's a really big problem in this city, and it has been as long as I've been working. So teenage pregnancy, I work with that. There's just so many health issues that the resources that the county has can really help, but someone has to be there to work with the people and the agencies. We have wonderful agencies to guide them in the healthcare. And then the diversity, the equity, and the inclusion is a very big thing. When I worked at the county, there was hardly any people from the city of Flint that lived here, working there. So then when people came in, they couldn't really touch the pulse of what they were going through because they didn't know. And then they wouldn't open up to them because they didn't know.
Thank you, Ms. Battles. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Battle, and thank you for applying. Could you share and explain any outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if selected?
Well, I think on this board particularly is that I have a vast financial background from my own businesses and being managerial and over hospitals and dialysis units, and then working some fiscal with the church as well. So I think that that's one thing. Policies and procedures, I am a policy procedure person, and especially at the county, people would want to do things, no, because the County Board of Commissioners has policies and procedures. So I think those are some things. And the bottom line is my forte, that if it's red, I'll turn it black.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're under a really different circumstance for this position. And basically my question is, if we would have went to election process instead of an appointment process, would you have ran for election?
Yes, I would have, but the reason I had not is because since January 18th, Mr. Brian Noden had been mentoring me to run for his position. But he never did, and I couldn't go run against him because I understood that there were things that he had in the sort of hamper, if you will, that he wanted to see through. I understand wanting to see it to fruition, and also because he was a church member. Okay. So he kept running every time it was time to not run, to move on, he kept running. So I couldn't go against him. So yes, I really wanted to, especially this last time, but I could not do that. You have to respect people and what they are trying to do as well.
All right, thank you, thank you. Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Well, the fiscal is a main, policies, procedures, overseeing some of the even independent facilities, business companies here as well, And so I know that that's one of the main, some of the main things that you have to do, because you oversee everything in the, you know, almost all of our entities in the county in some way or another, and impacted physically because the money has come from here.
Mr. Kuzno?
Thank you for applying. If appointed, you will represent the first district, which is probably the most economically disadvantaged area of the entire county. But there's a big difference between there and the rest of the county. So you will not only represent your community, but you will represent the county as a whole.
Yes.
And keeping that in mind, how do you propose to balance that? And what committees would you like to sit on in order to achieve that balance?
Well, health is still a big factor in any community, especially in this area, because the District 1, you know, many of the outlying areas were also impacted by the lead crisis as well. And then the health issue just covers, it just impacts everyone. Everyone in District 1 has a problem in some way or another with blight, maybe not on the outer fringes of the Genesee Township area as much, and some of Mount Morris not as much, but the rest of it in there, they have problems with blight too. So those are some of the things. And then talking to the people, the agencies and the groups, to find out what is they're feeling impacted by.
Thank you. I knew how you was going to answer that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Battle. Welcome.
Thank you.
The county has limited capacity in terms of financial resources, also statutory limitations on what we're able to do. My question is, are there other institutions in Genesee County where you have relationships, labor, business, health industry, you mentioned, nonprofit sector, the faith community, where you could leverage those relationships on behalf of challenges in this community that the county just doesn't have the resources to handle?
Yes, absolutely. I've worked with, I've been on the board of the American Red Cross. I've worked with the social, Concerned Pastors for Social Action, because my pastor was the late, great Reverend Dr. Avery Aldridge. And so I was afforded the opportunity to work with many groups around the city. And also the volunteer, Department of Social Services. I know quite a few people there that are still there, which are a lot of family. So, you know, you just call them in, invite them to dinner. And also the Greater Foundation, Greater Community Foundation. I worked with them. They gave me a grant also for $2,500 for breast cancer conference that I did at Foss Avenue Baptist Church. So I've worked a lot with agencies throughout the city, and then know a lot of people that work at agencies that can help. And then another thing is you just get out there and you advocate. And when people see that you are willing to do the work that they wish they could do, but they don't have the time, they usually play ball. And we have a lot of needs here. And I think that I could work in and out through there like I have been in the past.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
I have no questions for.
Okay. All right, thank you, and we'll get back with you.
Thank you all
Thank you
so
for
very
applying.
much.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening.
You'll have 2 minutes to introduce yourself.
My name is Del Rico Lloyd, and as I introduce myself, I also want to introduce my wife and my son who's here, Angela Blocker Lloyd. We're gonna have to do something with that blocker part. And my son Kyle. I think he's tired and ready to get out of here. So, I was born in the city of Detroit and ended up coming to the city of Flint as a child and was fortunate enough to be reared and raised here in this community by the community, in my opinion. There were folks that didn't have the same blood running through their veins that took me under their wings, that raised me, had patience with me, and taught me as much as they could, which has lent itself to me becoming the measure of a person that that I am today, with still a long way to go. And so I love this community. I love the county as a whole. Been committed my whole adult life to helping to better the community, and also as a kid, even working in church to help make people's lives better and encourage people and try to be what they say, a light in dark places. Obviously, not perfect, but I wake up every day trying to do the best job I can to help other people. So in short, that's my introduction as to who I am.
Thank you. The first question will come from Commissioner Winfrey.
Thank you. Thank you for applying, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you.
Just have one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
So, I was telling my wife when we were sitting here today and when I was here for a previous meeting, when I look over at that empty chair, I'm reminded of a saying that I heard some time ago that I think about often, especially when somebody transitions. It was Dwight L. Moody, who back in 1889, before he transitioned, it was as if they put a mic in his hand and asked him if he had last words. He said to his family and those around him, he says, "Tomorrow you will hear that I've died." He says, "But do not believe them, for tomorrow I will be more alive than I've ever been before." Why? Because that which is born of flesh will one day pass away, but that which born of spirit will live on forever. One of the reasons why I decided to apply, because I believe that that I and the community as a whole have a responsibility to make sure that Commissioner Nolden's spirit doesn't die with his passing. And I believe that I've been divinely equipped, if you will. I believe that I've been responsible enough to hear concerns of people all across this community, to the extent whereby in my heart, I believe that I have the capacity not to fill his shoes, can't fill his shoes, but to make sure, if appointed, that that the person in that seat continues to love on this community, advocate for this community and the county as a whole, and to continue to work in a cooperative spirit, in the spirit that I believe that BB did, not just here, but also when I served with him at the city, as our districts bordered one another. We were able to partner together a lot, and I'm not suggesting because of that connection with BB, because nobody's owed a seat. We know how processes work, but what I will say is I know, versus asking someone else to do it, I know how I'd serve, and it would be in that same collaborative and advocacy spirit that he did.
Thank you. Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lloyd, and thank you for applying. Could you share and explain any outstanding characteristics that you will lend to this board if selected?
Say that again.
Could you share any outstanding characteristics that you will lend to this board if selected?
Characteristics that I would.
Yes, that you would lend.
So I pride myself on a couple things, and I believe, I'd hope at least, one day when I step away or transition from this life, that my reputation will include a couple things. Of course, loving my family and all, those things which are most important. And if I served, they'd be making the greatest sacrifice, even more than I. But I want to be known as, and I believe I have a reputation of being a bridge builder. I believe in working with everybody. And wherever I've served, I've tried to champion always bringing people together and setting an example. I believe once you lose moral authority, it's hard to get back. Once people see that you don't keep your word, it's hard for people to believe that you're not a liar. So I believe in at least trying to do the right thing. And so I believe in building bridges, but I'm also open-minded. I believe that in this setting and in these spaces that you cannot always come to the table with just a definitive way that you think it needs to be done. We're a body, right? And so I may come to the table with one way of thinking, and I have to be open to other perspectives, if you will, because it isn't one vote that gets things done. It's a majority vote on the issue. And obviously, you won't get to unanimous all of the time, but at least work in a collaborative way where we can at least see the eye to eye. And to agree isn't always to agree. Sometimes to agree is to understand, but have different perspectives. So I'd say being open-minded is one, building bridges is one, and then another characteristic I'll say, which is important in this climate, I've never been known as a guy that holds grudges. I don't believe in holding grudges, because we may disagree on an issue today or tonight, but when we wake up in the morning, we got to figure out how to work together all over again. And so open-minded, for sure. I try to pride myself on that. Being a bridge builder, I believe in working with everybody. I think it's too much division in the community, particularly in the city of Flint. Specifically, I think that we need to do what we're sent to do, but also I'm not a grudge holder. You would have to literally be standing in my face and stick your finger in my eye for me to say, really, you gonna do that? and so I don't hold grudges.
Thank you.
Thank you. This time is a very unusual situation for us. And, you know, we chose this way of appointing. If we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for this position?
I don't know if I would have ran at this time. I can't, you know, the popular answer is probably yes, but it would have been a different thought process at this time, because having ran elections, having managed elections, even in my professional responsibility, I have responsibility for our national political affairs for the organization that I work for. I understand what it goes into running an election. I haven't raised any money. I haven't put together volunteers. And so I think deciding if I had ran would have been a different consideration. That would have been a different discussion with my wife as well at that time. Do I think I may have gotten there? I don't want to be disingenuous by telling you, yes, I would. I don't know, because that would have been a different vein of consideration because of what I know goes into running an election.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
I see your smiling
taking the
face
time.
here. So, if you could answer me this question here, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
So, you know, I was going to say it depends on who's asking the question, right? If a resident was asking me the question, I would say my main responsibility is to advocate on their behalf. You know, to look at the issues that they have that are plaguing their community, their neighborhood, not just to roll out what my vision is, but to hear what they have to say and then come down here and vote their interests. Voting their interests has different facets to it. It doesn't always mean agreeing to what they will want me to do, how they will want me to do it, but to look at the big picture and determine what's best, not just for the district, but the county as a whole. Now, if you're asking me, and so I put my city council hat back on as well, there was nothing more important than the budget process. And the budget for the city, so the county, you know, the responsibility of even appropriating to the various departments and programs. I remember, you know, folks would come down to the city and complain about resources that weren't coming from the county, and I'd be saying to myself, I didn't say it over the mic, you need to go across the street, you know. And so appropriations, absolutely. But then, because we don't have a county executive form of government in Genesee County, then also oversight of the various departments and commissions. You know, when I remember spending time on the city council appointing to the Hurley Board of Managers. And then when transitioned from the city council, I had an opportunity to serve on the Hurley Board of Managers and also become chair. And seeing those different perspectives was helpful for me. And a lot of people would say, on the board, the city has nothing to do with this because, we're the board. They don't have anything to do with it. And I disagreed because I said, well, the city has a responsibility for putting all of us on the commission. So sure. So I think when it comes to a commission perspective, the departmental perspective, absent a county executive, I think we also have a responsibility to make sure that the departments are running according to how they've been commissioned. I think, the county commission has a responsibility to make sure that we're managing how they're expending the monies that are allocated to their budgets, that we're making sure that they are doing what we've said that they should be doing or operating in the framework that we set forth, and making sure that we're being not just proactive when there are changes that need to be made with the budget, but we're being reactive in a timely manner as well. Say, for instance, there's some budget amendments needed, or maybe, there's some water main break on some road or something, and the road commission needs additional resources because we didn't budget for that road, but we budgeted to do some other things. So obviously handling the budget appropriations is important to the departments, but I think as a collective body, our responsibility, or the responsibility of this body, is also to make sure that those departments are functioning, that they're delivering the services, and that they are spending resources according to what's been allocated.
Mr. Kuzno?
Thank you. Excuse me. If appointed, you will serve the first district, and there is a big difference economically, socially, et cetera, in the first district as compared to, it's the most economically disadvantaged district in the county, as opposed to...
Thank you for saying that, but I didn't mean to
interrupt. Well, as opposed to other areas. Sure. And so you will represent that, and you will, by extension, you will represent the county as a whole. Keeping that in mind, how would you work to accomplish both those goals? And what committees would you like to sit on to accomplish those?
So, I did a study tour one time in Leipzig, Germany during my time with an organization that I was a fellow to. And one of the studies, the purpose of that trip was to do a study as it relates to tax basis and economic development for interest. And one of the things that I found that was really striking and comparative to what we do here in the United States is that they didn't just focus on the good areas, but there was also collective effort as it relates to the impoverished, to the economically deprived areas as well. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that I think that to accomplish both, what I like to see, and maybe that spirit is already embodied by this body, is that as a commissioner, that my focus not just be those hard-hit areas, but it is also keeping the good areas good as well. The areas where there's economic development and there's investment and so on and so forth, that we're making sure those are happening so that we don't tip the good areas bad. But then I would also advocate amongst the body that there's also a focus as we keep the good areas from going bad, that we work to do what we can to make the bad areas good. And on some discussions, and when we're talking about resources and such, or ideals in terms of the body, that will mean in some buckets or some areas that this area may not receive as much money for whatever the issue is. Maybe some programming, because maybe there's not a greater need there, but maybe there's a greater need somewhere. I'm not suggesting that you sacrifice the good areas for the bad. What I am suggesting is that I would encourage a philosophy, and I'd lead by example, that we not just focus on the bad areas, but we be careful to make sure that the good areas don't go bad as well. So I'm suggesting that we can do both. We can focus on both at the same time, as long as a body together, we understand that the good is as big of a priority as the bad, if that makes sense.
Okay,
Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Wayhill?
Good evening, Mr. Lloyd. As you know, the county has limited capacity in terms of financial resources. We also have limitations on what we can do statutorily. My question is, what relationships, what experiences do you have in other sectors, so labor, the faith community, nonprofits, business, healthcare, that you could bring to bear on behalf of challenges in this county where we need collaboration to get things accomplished, where the county just can't do it itself?
So let me answer that this way by saying that one of the things that I guess it's depending on the day, it's a blessing and a curse, is to have been fortunate enough to serve in so many different capacities and in so many different areas, whether it's been in the religious community, even before I was a pastor, if you will, I had spearheaded pulling together a coalition of pastors from all different faiths in the community. It was called United for a Purpose. It was a coalition, and in that coalition, with me leading that charge, was every other elected official that we had at the time. It was leaders of organizations. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I've been fortunate enough to build relationships with a number of folks, cross-section folks across the entire county, not just the county, but the state and across the country as well. I mean, there is not, either in my capacity in the president's office at the UAW or rather working in the area, working with businesses, working with pastors, their relations across. But let me be clear, obviously there's no way I can commit anybody to doing anything, and I can't suggest, and I wouldn't, it'd be wrong to suggest what those relationships will yield. What I will say is that I've already been working to do my part in helping to bring jobs, preserve jobs in this community, to support people in this community, rather from a political perspective or business perspective, organization perspective, folks that want to partner to make the community and the county better. And so, short of dropping names and saying, hey, I sat at this table or meet with these people or on first name basis with these folks, I'll just say that that I think, I built a number of relationships, some that you all may already have, but in addition to, I think I could be an aid and not a hindrance in terms of that. So a lot of relationships, and I can pick up the phone and even if I can't get something, I can get some information that I think will be helpful. What we need is, additional resources, and it's not that easy. And so I think being really straightforward, maintaining, building relationships with our delegations, both Democrat and Republican, Commissioner Shoemaker, because just because the Democrats are in the majority at the state today, don't mean that's going to be the case in 2 years. And history shows that it might flip back to the Republicans. So again, we got to work with everybody, so.
Thank you.
Anyway, hopefully that answers it.
Commissioner Davis?
I have no questions.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for applying.
Thanks for your time. Thanks.
We have one more. For this one. Do we need another break? Yeah, my back's killing me. Go ahead, down there, down in the front. Thank you, Candace. At this time, you'll have 2 minutes to talk about yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Candace Machat. I am a lifelong Flint resident who has, lifelong Genesee County resident, who has dedicated her entire adult life to serving my community. I started off volunteering for 7 years for a local council person. I then moved into working for that council person once they became the 34th District State Representative. I worked in their office as a legislative aide From there, I moved to become the Public Information Officer for the City of Flint, and I am currently the Director of the Flint Community Lab, where we test water and let people know. We test water for lead and copper, letting the Flint residents know what's in their water. We're going to move to testing for bacteria, and of course, that was birthed out of a response for the Flint water crisis so that residents could feel empowered. And the unique thing about that is we're empowering youth, which is a young workforce development, getting them prepared to be the next generation of chemists and lab technicians. So as you can see, I've dedicated my entire life to service and preparing the next generation to do the same.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey?
All right. Candace, thanks for applying.
Yes.
I just have one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
I wish to become a county commissioner because, as I've previously stated, I have dedicated my entire life to serving and serving people and making sure that everyone has fair and equitable treatment. And I think that I would be able to do that across Genesee County and be a force of good for the county.
Thank you.
Mr. Avery?
I'm sure. Good evening, Ms. Candace. Thank you for applying. Can you share or explain with us any outstanding characteristics that you would bring to this board if selected?
Outstanding characteristics. One, I am painfully honest. It doesn't necessarily always go over well, but I am very honest. I am dedicated and hardworking. I believe that everyone deserves an opportunity to perform at their highest level of good, and that even though Genesee County has been historically known as the most racist county in the country, I believe that we are better than that, and we can overcome that, and that we can all work together and make sure that the residents of this county have an opportunity to live their best lives, whether that be, economically, raising families, retiring, and just doing things that every American wants to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for applying. This is kind of an unusual time for us to be doing this type of thing. So basically, if we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for the office?
So first, let me say, if it's not been clear already, I am absolutely for the people. I believe in democracy. I dedicated my entire adult life to upholding democracy. So absolutely, I believe that this is a process that should have gone before the people. I do understand the position of the county that, it would have been costly. So maybe in the future, we can look to setting aside dollars for things that happen, because unfortunately, we're all here today. Well, the first district is here today because we lost a giant in our community. And so if we're better prepared in the future with money set aside for elections in case this happens, because that's life, then we can do what's needed. And that is to put this kind of thing before the people.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shoemaker?
Turn my mic on here. What do you think the most, I'm sorry, forgot, I've read it 4 times. What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Well, the main responsibility, one, obviously, it's going to be constituent services and hearing from the people and hearing what services they believe we need more of in the county, and maybe services that we need less of in the county, and how we can adjust those services. And then once you hear from the people, I think what is close to being as equally as important is making sure that you have a balanced budget so that you're not deciding on legacy costs and things of that nature. And you're not looking at people who have worked their entire lives, dedicated their lives to the county, and now they're questioning whether they will have health care, whether they'll even have health insurance. So I think it's important, one, to hear from people, and then two, to make sure that we are balancing a budget that works for people.
Thank you.
Mr. Cousineau?
If appointed, you will represent the first district, which is probably the most economically disadvantaged district in the county by far. And but you will also represent, by extension, the entire county, which is quite diverse and economically diverse along a lot of other ways. However, how would you balance that, knowing that you represent those two entities?
So I think,
Just a second, and what would be your goals, and how to do that, and what committees would you like to sit on at the county level to accomplish those goals?
So I think for this particular question, I think sitting on economic development and human services is going to be very important because when you have the component of the land bank, which I think is very important for us to work with, because a lot of times we hear complaints from residents of the county that one, they're having a hard time even gaining access to what they need to look at the homes to even purchase a home. And then once they decide they want to purchase a home, that process seems to be a bit strenuous for them as well. And I think it's important to get those homes back on the tax roll for the county because that will help in the economic development, especially in some of the more disenfranchised areas. I also think it's important that we attract new businesses. And the best way to attract new businesses is, again, to make sure you don't have a bunch of blighted homes, which I know is being taken care of specifically in Flint, but I know there are blighted homes in other places in the county. And then, two, that you also don't have empty homes. Again, that's something that's going to help attract new businesses. And so for me, economic development and human services would be really important to serve on.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Mushat. Nice to see
Hello.
you. I'll start with a quick compliment. Your brevity and your thorough answers are great. So thank you.
Thank you.
You got a lot of time left. So capacity. So the county is limited, obviously, county government with resources. They're not unlimited. We're also limited based on state law and what we have the authority to do. My question is, what relationships do you have with other major sectors in our county? Healthcare, business, labor, faith community, legal community, where you could use those relationships or leverage them, I should say, on behalf of challenges that we can't do just on our own as a county commission or county government?
Right. Well, again, in my experience working at the state level and then also working at the municipal level, I've gotten quite a few friendships, partnerships, if you will, with people at multiple levels. And those are relationships that I believe that I could leverage to help the county as well as get them on board to help attract some businesses here to help with some economic development. And if you've taken a look at my resume, then you'll know that I also work for the National Wildlife Federation, which is the largest conservation organization in the country. And part of my work there, we drafted a lot of policy for Congress people. And so I do have relationships with Congress as well that I can leverage to help the county.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we are done with this packet. If we'd like to take like a little stretch, 5 minutes.
Real 5 minutes or Commissioner 5 minutes?
Commissioner, 5 minutes, all of us. Just. Hire a masseuse. My back's killing me.
I need questions.
Well, think about what's important to you. What kind of
I mean,
colleague do you want?
everybody's.
I mean, I think we're being pretty thorough.
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order at 8:30. First person, Joe Massey. Michelle, do you want this? Just so you don't. Here. During this time, we're going to kind of do the questions from this side, because a lot of times they didn't feel like they had adequate time to ask their questions. So, pardon? Did you? No. Okay. Mr. Massey, you have 2 minutes to basically talk about you, and go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the County Commissioner for the invite. My name is Joe Massey. I reside in Grand Blanc Township in the 4th District. I served as a trustee in the township for 4 years. I hold a BS degree in mechanical engineering from Cleveland State University of Cleveland, Ohio, and a master's degree in Master of Science in Management from Walsh College, Troy, Michigan. My concentration at Walsh College was leadership and finance. I worked in the Nassau aerospace industry at General Motors Corporation and also at Delphi Corporation. Prepared budgets at Delphi Corporation, reviewed budget for 4 years at Grand Blanc Township. Upon reviewing budgets, looked for methods where costs could be cut and used in other areas of the budget. Worked for the Director of Finance in Grand Blanc Township, worked with the Director of Finance in Grand Blanc Township to institute an investment finance management system to increase revenues that would add thousands of dollars in additional revenues to the Grand Blanc Township yearly budget. It was approved by the Board of Trustees. If I am selected to fill the vacancy in the 4th District, I will work with the Director of Administration, Josh Freeman, and the Genesee County Board of Commissioners to increase revenue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start the questions with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. I just wanted to know, are you available for meetings at any time? Do you have any other employment anywhere that might conflict with this position, or?
No.
Thank you.
Hi, Joe. Good evening. As you know, the county has limited resources financially. We've got also limitations on what we as a commission, what issues we can take on and tackle. My question for you is, there are many other sectors in this community that do have capacity, healthcare, labor, business, nonprofit sector. Do you have any relationships in those areas with people or organizations that you could bring to bear on the problems of the county where we don't have the resources?
Yes, absolutely.
What are some examples?
Example is dealing with healthcare. Okay, I'm not saying you guys are having a problem with healthcare. I guess I did hear someone mention that, so I have to address that. Is that all companies right now, municipalities and cities, are having problems with healthcare costs. So that's why I'm focusing on bringing in extra revenues, stream of revenues, because I know individuals that I have worked with at the township, they touched me on the shoulder because of my financial background, and we got together and looked at several initiatives. One was expanding the revenue stream, right, you know, and the other initiative was healthcare. So we looked at that and we looked at different healthcares and what the costs were, okay? And then my contact that I had, I would call other ones, you know, that's just the way I do business, and say, hey, help me out with here. What are you guys doing over here? And they would explain to me, and we started implementing some of the things that we could implement, you know, based on our policies, township policies and rules and regulations. Did I answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Kuzno?
Joe, if appointed, you'll be for District 4, which is one of the more economically advantaged communities within the Genesee County as a whole. And knowing that, and that you will, by extension, represent the whole county, how will you balance that between the two and achieving your goals as to why you want to be a county commissioner and what committees you would like to sit on to accomplish those goals, serving both?
Serving both, let me use the portion of Grand Blanc Township that's in the District 4. And then we have Monday Township, as you guys know. Monday Township has a lot of farmland, okay, to be developed into new homes and et cetera. So you have to balance what we do in one part, especially dealing with Grand Blanc Township, okay? That's one section that has to be managed sort of separately versus Monday Township. But we have to bring the two together and work. I don't believe in working independently now. Whatever idea I have, if I am selected, I'll bring it to the county commissioners. And we will brainstorm that idea before I go out in the community carrying the message.
What committees would you like to sit on to accomplish that?
Well, let me answer that question by saying this. You have my resume. Any committee that you feel that I can be a benefit to, and I have a passion for doing any kind of work or any kind of committee you assign me to. I'm not specifically focusing in on a given committee. I'd like for the county commission could choose that committee that they would like for me to sit on, be a part of if I am elected for the 4th District.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Well, one of the things, the main responsibility of a county commission is to ensure that the citizens' concerns are met, okay? You have federal and state requirements that are fulfilled. And you have a county operation, make sure your county operations run smoothly. And I just heard that you guys talked about the road commission tonight. So your appointments to the road commission, just to make sure that you satisfy at least, I like to say this, don't hold this against me, 90% of your constituents. You'll never be able to satisfy 100%. But you focus on 100%, but try to get 90%. And I think you're doing an excellent job if you can satisfy 90% of your constituents.
Thank you.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, thanks for applying, Joe.
Thank you.
One question, why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
As you read my resume, you see since I retired, I haven't been sitting at home. I've been very active ever since I retired. First, I started with the senior citizen millage, okay, and I was appointed by the county commissioners. So I was on that board until it's dismantled. Then I went on to work with VAAA. Now I am I chair the council there, okay, the advocate council at VAAA. Also, I worked with a group up in Lansing called the AMSAC, working with citizens. So before the pandemic hit, came into existence, we used to meet once a month in Lansing, and the responsibility was to, we had to meet with the representatives, state representatives, and the state senators in my district, in the other's district, whichever district you were in. So we were able to work with the state representatives and state senators to implement some kind of connection that we could have an influence on the senior budget, part of the state budget. So we were very successful at that, getting the revenues in the budget increase. So we got a lot of money by doing that. And when the new governor came on board, we were able to get increases for the health workers, the social workers. We got a $2 an hour increase. And I believe in that same philosophy, because if you remember that the Senate state didn't have any money, but the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, she was able to find some money. And that's why I put a lot of emphasis on the management investment system. I don't know the state laws, but I'm quite sure that it's someone in Lansing that I could contact, and they would be able to tell me how you take additional money that the county have and invest it and bring in revenue. Let me give you one example.
Thank you. We're on a time limit, Joe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we have 2 more questions, so
Okay.
but thank you.
All right.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Massey, and thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Could you share, on top of your other accomplishments that you've had, any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were selected?
Well, I believe in leadership. I'm strong in leadership and in finance. Leadership is a part of any board to keep the glue together. Are you going to have friction? Yes. But if you keep the leadership intact, friction will be minimized, and you can come to many, many agreements. There's not one person that has all the answers, but collectively, we can work out the answer that it would be satisfactory to the entire board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is, we're in a kind of an unusual situation by, replacing 2 commissioners. If we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for this position?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Oh, and we did the time. Yay. Thank you, Joe, for applying.
Commissioners, we have one applicant that is trying to catch a plane. He's asked his fellow applicants if he could skip ahead, and they've agreed. Glenn Wilson will be the next person.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You'll have 2 minutes to talk about yourself.
All right. Oh, thank you. I'll make sure I keep my introduction brief. I know we have a lot of people that you have to go through, so I want to be respectful of time. But my name is Glenn Wilson, and I am pleased to submit my application for County Commissioner, District 4. I have a lot of relevant experiences, and I hope that can be a benefit in this particular role. Thank you for conducting this process, your transparency, and for consideration. I look forward to answering any of the questions that you may have for me tonight.
Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for applying. My question to you is, do you have any conflict in your schedule? Could you come to our meetings? We have meetings in the evening and in the morning. Would you be okay with that?
Yes, yep, I did look over the schedule. I did have conversations with the administration office just to understand the scheduling, and I can schedule those things in my schedule, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayhill.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate your interest. The county government, as you know, has limited resources by definition, limited ability to act on certain issues by state statute. My question is, what other sectors in this community that do have capacity, healthcare, labor, business, nonprofit, housing, do you have relationships in and connections to where you might be able to leverage their capacity on behalf of challenges that we all face, but that the county can't take on by itself?
Right. I believe that everything is about public-private partnerships. As far as when it comes to any endeavor that you're a part of, you can't do it by yourself. You need partners. You need to bring people together. As far as the relationships that I have relationships all the way from state offices, federal offices, banking relationships with very large banking institutions. I've worked with foundations regionally, nationally, corporations that I've brought here to the community to either look at sites for economic development. I believe that there is a lot of opportunities here in the county for relationships. One of the things that I listed in my letter was about revenue generation. And with revenue generation, you have to bring all these particular components together to try to, and then also, where are efficiencies? Like, I'm real good at finance, looking at budgets, making sure that you're being fiscally responsible. Are there efficiencies that we can find within our line items, within our budget? Are there other fees that are not, what are the fee for service or particular things that we can do as a county that, one, it doesn't put a cost burden on the community, but it can also generate revenue for the county. So I think there has to be a balance between, giving and then also a balance of revenue. So I always want to make sure I look at all those particular aspects. But as far as relationships, I have relationships, probably, utilities, healthcare, like I say, banking. I have a lot of different relationships that I've cultivated. I know the CEOs of these companies that I can pick up the phone, or people that are very close to them. And I just have those relationships. Yep.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kuzno?
Thank you for coming down. If appointed, you will represent District 4, which is one of the more economically advantaged areas of the county. And the county is quite diverse, with other areas being less economically advantaged and maybe, some a little bit more than your district. Knowing that you represent your district, plus by extension, the entire county, how would you handle that in promoting not only in representing your people, but the county as a whole? And how would you go about that with what committees you may want to sit on at the county?
Okay. So I want to just make sure I got that right. 2 questions is how would I serve, or as far as
How would you,
the entire
what
county?
committees would you like to serve on?
Yeah.
So you could accomplish your goals?
Absolutely. I think auditing, if there's an auditing finance committee, I would love to serve on that. That's one thing that I'm real good at is, dissecting numbers, getting involved there, budgeting. Also, economic development, anything to do with personnel, governance, human resources. There's different ways that I can get involved with the county. It really depends on what the county and what the board and what you guys already have in place. And then really, you would see I'm the type of person, like, I'm a humble guy trying to come in and find out where can I add the most value, where are the gaps at, and then how can I help come and fill those particular gaps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and participating, applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Yeah, actually wrote that down. When I say wrote that down, I just thought it probably could have possibly been a question. But just like what a commissioner is, commissioners are responsible for overseeing the county's management, administration, representing the county's interests at the state, federal, and participating in long-range planning, managing the county budget and finances. That's what I believe that the county commissioner's role is to oversee, provide guidance and governance. I'm not a person that's going to be getting into, the weeds. I believe that there are staff and people there that are supposed to be, that you guys hire as a county to run certain departments. And I believe that a board is there to ask questions, to ask thoughtful questions, to ask, things that people may not have looked at, to look at things a different way, and then offer also resources and opportunities to re-envision something that they might be participating in. So that's how I look at, as far as participating and what I look at as a commissioner.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah. Thanks for applying, Glenn. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Yeah, I wish to become a county commissioner because of like I say, the diverse skill sets that I have. I'm just a humble servant in the community. There's a lot of things that I spend every day of my life serving. That's what I do. And I want to find a way to expand that service to our community in a way that can be impactful. And I believe this is just another way that I can offer my services, my expertise, and, the thousands of people that, I'm able to, touch on a yearly basis, that I'm able to answer some of those questions and offer, feedback and additional resources, and be a help to those. I mean, there are, people all over the spectrum, especially as Commissioner Cousineau spoke very briefly about, the township that I'm in as far as having more economic wealth. There are some areas in that particular community that have some very low-income areas that may not have been paid attention to as much. There are some things and resources that can probably be allocated to some of those people who don't feel like they've been heard. You have some of the modular communities and other places, and there's health issues, health issues in our county. There's financial issues, and what can I do to help? That's what I'm here for. Is like, what can I do to help? What can I do to add value?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
That's my goal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for applying. Could you share with us, on top of your other accomplishments, share and explain any outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were selected?
Yeah. So as far as characteristics, I'm a straight shooter. As far as with information and who I am, I look at things. I look at things, and so it's two things. I look at things at black and white, right, and then I also look at the other aspects of it, right? Is the intention, what's the intentionality behind the decision? So that's very important for me, is being intentional and thoughtful, asking good questions. As far as other characteristics, I'm a humble guy, I'm a servant, that's what I do. I am here to offer whatever resources I can. So I'm also a giver. And what I mean by that, so if any of you call on me or you need additional help or additional resources, and if I can add value to something, I'm not the type of person well, I'm just in Mundy Township, or I'm in Flint Township, it's just, for me, it's how do I help get those additional resources? Because I believe rural communities are important. And so for me, sorry to get back to your question, but the characteristics, I'm an equitable person. I believe in, people having those additional resources in particular areas. I'm a loving person. I'm straight, I'm down the line, right? I'm not going to give you, you're going to know where I stand. I'm a person of integrity, person of character, and that's who I am.
Thank you.
Basically, this process here is kind of unusual for us to be able to do. If we would have went to the election process, would you have ran for office?
Yeah, originally, that's a good question. I never, at the original onset, I did not think that there was a possibility that I would, seek election. The more and more that I've become involved in the community, the more that I've paid attention to how political offices and things can impact people on a long-term basis, that made me rethink this whole thing about how do I want to engage in the community and how do I want to be a help and serve those around me. So to answer that question, yes, I would consider it now, whereas, before I was just more or less always kind of stayed on the peripheral, just working and doing the things that I particularly doing in the community. But, there are decisions that are being made about people, and those things are important for me.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming in and applying.
Our next contestant is Casey Lester.
Contestant.
Yes, that mic. Thank you. At this time, you'll have 2 minutes to do a conversation of yourself.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for your time and for your consideration. I know this is quite a long process for you all tonight, so I appreciate the patience with it. My name's Casey Lester. I am a community member in the 4th District. I live in the Woodcroft Estates neighborhood. Previously, I grew up in Clio and then moved to Flint around the 2008-ish timeframe. I served on the Board of Education. I had the honor of being the president of that during the onset of the pandemic, worked with some of the most intelligent, comprehensive people I've ever worked with in my entire life. We were able to do some fantastic things. At that time, it was a very humbling, honest experience to be on a board, to serve the same as you all have, and I'm sure you all feel the same way about your current positions. I am very excited for the opportunity to come before you and kind of have a conversation about why I feel that I would be a really good fit for the 4th District. Prior to seeing who else applied, I would have told you that I was the best choice for the 4th District, but there are some fantastic people that I've been waiting in that room with, and so I won't even try to brag because, man, there's a lot of really stiff competition for this. So, yeah, that's kind of my opening spiel, I guess.
All right, at this time, we'll have Commissioner Davis.
Hi, Casey. Thank you for applying.
Absolutely.
My question to you is, do you have any conflict in your schedule? Could you attend our meetings, like we have them in the evening and some in the morning?
Absolutely. That was one of the first things I checked. I serve on a couple other boards, and the first thing you always have to look at is, what is my capacity, right? Do I have the opportunity? Am I free and available? Can I make this work along with my life, along with the other things, and still be not only present, but present, functional, and engaging, and active, and awake, and alert, and comprehensive. So, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wayhill?
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Lester. Question, you know that the county has limited resources in terms of finances in particular. We're limited in the ability of what the state allows a county commission to do, exercise authority over certain issues. But there are other entities in Genesee County that do have capacity. So the healthcare sector, business and banking, labor, nonprofits, education. Where do you have relationships, key relationships that you could draw upon and leverage on behalf of solving problems collaboratively with others if you're on the county commission?
Absolutely, I appreciate it. So my day job that I do, I work for Huntington Bank. So I do business banking with Huntington Bank. So in that position, my job is to basically go out and find business owners, find nonprofits, find entities that are looking to work in a financial institution, maybe change banks, things of that nature. So what I do there is I call people every day and I say, hey, this is who we are, this is what we're about, this is what we want to do to help you. How does that work in your life? How do you feel about that? Through that process, I've met some of the most fantastic business owners in our area, some of the best executive directors running financial institutions, or running nonprofits. Through the Board of Education, while I was there, I worked closely with the Mott Foundation, I worked hand in hand with Ridgeway, I worked hand in hand with other Metro Community Development, things of that nature, to be able to find funds where people didn't think there were any, right? Where there's sometimes what you feel is a dry stone just hasn't been tapped properly and there hasn't been a conversation had. And so not only do I have the connections in the community for having been here and having kind of put my name out there and put my face in things, I also have the ability to call and say, hey, this is where we're at right now. This is the shortfall. What can you do? Are you willing to be able to help? I'm president of another board called the Neighborhood Engagement Hub, where we are a tool shed on the north end of Flint. So what we do is we basically allow people to come and take tools and do yard work in their area. We try to engage the community as best as possible and engage the neighborhoods. Through that, that's all done through generous funding through different organizations and different people and things of that nature. So in all of those capacities has really helped me to develop those relationships, if that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down, Casey.
Absolutely, thank you.
If appointed, you will represent District 4, and that's one of the more affluent areas of the county. And the county is very diverse, and there's a big difference between your area as opposed to some of the other more economically disadvantaged areas, but also some other areas that are very more affluent. Knowing that you represent both those communities, what committee would you, or committees, would you like to sit on at the county level to help you reach those goals to promote your area and the county?
So something that I'm focused on in my everyday and just in general is economic development. So I think part of what makes Flint and Genesee County so fantastic is our ability to attract new talent, to get people to come in, businesses and things of that nature. So economic development obviously would be something that I would want to be a part of. Working in banking, I am very familiar with budgets as a business banker. That's my job, is to work with business owners on their budgets and things of that nature. Finance committee, very, very comfortable with that. And really, I would defer a lot of that to the board as a whole, right? So where can we plug each other in where we think it makes sense? Sometimes what I think I'm really good at, maybe it doesn't come across, maybe you think I'd be a better fit somewhere else. And I think some of that collaborative conversation would be helpful. So I would say those two first, the economic development and financial committee, and then from there, wherever we would kind of need help with the skill set that I could offer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming in
Absolutely, thank you.
and applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
So, to my understanding, obviously, as have never sat in your seat, essentially to make sure that Genesee County collaboratively remains a safe, equitable, and prosperous county in our state, right? To make sure that everybody feels comfortable coming in, make sure that everybody desires to come back when they leave, and make sure that we can create what I call a complete neighborhood. So neighborhoods within the community where people can sleep, where they can work, where they can worship, and where they can educate their children, all within a very close proximity of their home, right? So as a county commissioner, I would feel that the number one priority is to represent your constituents, and number two, to make sure that your section of the county is as bright shining star as you can possibly make it through all your efforts that you put in. Just managing the day-to-day business of the county, helping work through any issues, any concerns that come up, working with the different organizations, the Genesee County 911, the Sheriff's Department, the Health Department, make sure that all these organizations are functioning at a high level as best as possible.
Mr. Winfrey?
Okay, Mr. Lesser, just one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Absolutely. So it's always a funny question, right? When you think to yourself, why did I apply for this job? Why did I, why when I sit in the audience and I see a meeting that happened today, right? We've all had those situations. Because if you recognize an opportunity, if you recognize that there's a position of influence or something that needs to be taken care of, and you're not willing to sit in that seat yourself, if you're not willing to look at your community and say, I was part of this decision, this is the reason why it was made, you have no reason to complain if that didn't go the way that you thought it should go. I think that there's a lot of potential in District 4. I think there's a lot of potential in Genesee County as a whole. And I think we've seen a lot of divisiveness and have seen a lot of kind of infighting. And if we're not willing to sit in these seats and figure these problems out together collaboratively and collectively, then we shouldn't be willing to sit back and complain on a keyboard or anything of that nature. So my dad is a Marine from Kentucky, and he said if you complain about a problem without offering a solution, you're just, we'll say witching, because it's not polite to say the actual term, but, and that's something that I've always lived with, is if there's an opportunity to help, get in and help, and do everything you can.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lester. Thank you for applying.
Thank you, sir.
Can you share and explain any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were selected?
Sure. So something that I've always been really good at and very proud of myself for being able to do is collectively find both sides. So, you know, everybody always asks, well, are you a Republican, are you a Democrat, are you this, are you that? There has to be these buckets that for some reason we're finding ourselves falling into, and forgetting that we're all people. We're all just trying to do collective good. And so being able to kind of float the middle and say, yeah, there's things that I'm conservative on, there's things that I'm very liberal on, there's things there's a compassion to be able to compromise inside there that I think is very important, that we find ourselves missing a lot in local and federal government. I am somebody who, I never shy away from a problem. I never shy away from an issue. I return calls. I'm responsive. I work in sales, and so if I'm not answering the phone, if a client calls me, somebody else is going to answer that call. It's the same with politics, right? So if you're not answering the phone when a constituent calls, if you're not responding to emails, if you're not almost OCD to make sure that you're on it, you're failing at that capacity. And it's incredibly important to always be transparent, always be out and open. And I think being able to find a constructive argumentativeness, constructive levels of disagreements are very important. We went through that on the Board of Education. There were many, many times that we had conversations that, you know, everybody was not agreeing, but we were able to find a common ground.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is, we're at a different time of basically doing this procedure. And if we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for this seat?
I would have. So, previous member who held this position, him and I had many conversations prior to this and discussed running and things of that nature. At the time, I have young kids. It didn't make as much sense at the time to try to do a full-on election. My kids are in a different spot right now, and so it's a lot different of a lifestyle. Obviously, if you have a child who's under 2, it's very different than when they get a little bit older and can function at a different level. So yes, I absolutely would have.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That's the end of our questions, and we will give you, we'll have a decision on the 25th.
Sure. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate everything.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next person is Beverly Brown.
I do, but that's what's in the bag. Because I do too. Last break, I walked by Ellenberg's office looking at all the candies. I resisted them.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. You'll have 2 minutes to give a brief description of yourself.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Beverly Brown, and I currently live in Flint. I've lived in Burton. I've lived in Flint Township, and I have spent about 16 years working at the Genesee Area Skills Center, so I know every inch of the county because I've been to every high school in the county recruiting students. Before I left the Skills Center, I was a bank vice president. If you remember a bank by the name of Detroit Northern Savings Bank, I was the first African-American female bank vice president there in charge of community reinvestment. And I learned from mentors like Tom Welker, Wayne Connett, Wayne Hatch, Marshall Saunders, and Lee Fletcher. They helped shape my thinking about finance and banking, which gave me a deep appreciation for having a balanced budget. My undergrad included deep experience with becoming a parliamentarian. In the group that I was in, I learned Robert Rules of Order when I was a senior in college. And so that could be an asset to help things move much more efficiently just in any meeting. My background in terms of education, I had a chance to work with people like Bob Burek, Tom Svitkovich, Bill Tunnicliffe, lots of other superintendents in the county. And actually, they inspired me to get my own PhD. I completed my doctorate in educational leadership in 2011 at Oakland University. And that taught me how to research, how to prepare, how to read, and I'm a good writer. I'm an excellent writer. And the other thing I'd like for you to know about me is that I am an avid volunteer in the community. Years ago, I was president of the Urban Bankers Forum. We adopted a school and taught them about banking and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm open to any questions you might have.
Out of time right now for 2 minutes. Okay. At this time, we'll start our first question with Commissioner Davis.
Hi, Ms. Brown. Thank you for applying.
Dr. Brown.
Dr. Brown. My question to you is, we have meetings in the evenings and in the mornings, and would that conflict with your schedule in any way?
No, I'm retired, so I'm open.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Brown. It's nice to see you. Thank you for applying. My question is about resources and capacity and collaboration in the county. So the county government, by definition, is limited in terms of its financial resources. We're also limited in terms of what issues we can attack directly in terms of challenges by state law. My question for you is, what relationships or connections do you have in other sectors that you might bring to bear and leverage on behalf of challenges in a wide array of areas? So connections in labor or business, nonprofit, education, health. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure. I heard you mention resources, and I know that the county, like every other municipality, has limited resources, and they're really limited in a number of ways. So my connections and value that I would add to this arena involves my knowledge of lean management, and I have a vast network of lean management experts who can work. And if you're not familiar with lean management is a continuous improvement system that takes into consideration respect for people, the elimination of waste, and there are 8 forms of waste in every system, and it also takes into consideration customer value or constituent value in this case. And so that network of having people who know and understand systems and processes and eliminating the waste in those processes can help the county administration be much more efficient and thereby much more effective. I also have contacts from the olden days in my banking sector. I have a vast network of educators across the state of Michigan. In terms of economic development, that's an area I think I could grow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cousineau.
If you're appointed, you'll be appointed to District 4, of course, and that is one of the more affluent areas of Genesee County, as opposed to some of the other areas that are less economically developed, and some others that are even more so. But what committees would you like to sit on to serve not only your constituents of District 4, but the county as a whole, and how would you like to use those committees to reach those goals?
Well, I mentioned in my letter the 3 top issues that impact our county, I think that we need to work on. Number 1 is economic development. And because I know I don't know a lot about economic development, my degree is not in it or anything, I checked out several books at the library recently to read and brush up on it and to learn more. I'm really a self-directed learner. The other issue that I would like to work on would be our environment. And that impacts our quality of life. And so I really would like to work on, anything that has to do with community beautification, things that have to do with, bringing in people to work collaboratively. And the other thing I mentioned in my letter was safety and security. So anything that has to do with social justice issues, because I'm a fierce advocate of social justice, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
To be a public servant, problem solver, and really just an overall change agent to help set policies in our county that foster more collaboration. And that means crossing over all sectors, all classes, all races, and just helping to build a bridge. I think each of you have a role and a responsibility to build a bridge between some of the folks that were in the audience tonight and yourselves around the table. And so, yeah, building a bridge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey?
Hello, Dr. Brown. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Winfrey?
Good. Just one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
That's a really good question. I appreciate that question. For a long time, I have avoided politics. I've never been a politician. And one of my mentors told me, though, that, Beverly, you can read all you want, you can write all you want, but unless you do reflection, then you probably won't make a lot of progress in life. And so I've reflected over the last year or two, since I've been retired, actually, and I discovered that courage was calling. And so I got up enough courage to really apply for this position because I really want to make a difference. My first act in life was being a banker. My second act in life was being an educator. I hope that being a public servant will be my third and final act.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Dr. Brown. Thank you for applying.
Good evening.
Could you share with us, on top of your other accomplishments, any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were selected?
Sure. I believe I'm an effective communicator who really gets to the point. I really find pontification reprehensible. I'm an impatient person, but that means I work all the harder to be more efficient in everything. And I'm not as much a dreamer as I am a doer. And so when I go into a committee meeting, I look for it to be a working committee meeting. And throughout my entire career, I have really worked behind the scenes. I don't have a well-known name. I don't know a lot of people that know my name in the community, and that's primarily because I work behind the scenes, just volunteering in different arenas. Help run 2 junior achievement companies to help students learn about entrepreneurship in my church. I've written business plans for local communities through U of M Flint. I've written about 20 business plans for businesses locally here in Flint. And so my writing abilities, my thinking in terms of processes and procedures, again, my Robert's Rules of Order, those are some assets that I think I can bring.
Okay, you've kind of answered my question, but I'll bring it up anyway. This whole situation is kind of a different situation for the county. If we would have went into an election process, would you have ran for office?
Yes.
Okay.
As I mentioned, courage is calling.
Okay, thank you. At that time, we're all finished, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
All right. Thank each of you for your service and for working so late. I totally appreciate and value your time, because I know that, just like Benjamin May said, I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. Give account if I abuse it. I must suffer if I lose it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, our next applicant is Kellogg Dybzinski.
Hello, you have 2 minutes to give a brief description of yourself.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Commissioners, Madam Chair. Very appreciative to have this opportunity. First of all, lifelong resident of Genesee County. Grew up in Davison in a house my dad built when he was 18. They still live there. That house was next to Kellogg's Market, my grandfather's store. I went to Davison, moved on to Mott College, started Mott College right away. I started my electrical career right then. I'm a 38-year electrician as of right now. Went back, proud to say I did finish my Mott degree at 43, but that's about finishing what you start. I'm all about that. With my career as an electrician, worked all over the area. I've worked downtown Flint a lot. I've worked all over Genesee County as an electrician. My career as an electrician, organized labor has taught me the power of respect. Everyone deserves respect. People that don't live where I live, people that don't look like I look, everybody deserves respect. And I'll bring that to this board also. There are, another thing, the last thing, I had more than 2 minutes, so I'm going to shorten it up here. I plan on working with the board. I want to make that clear. I plan on working with the board, and have an open mind about all this. Everybody deserves, dignity and respect. Plan on working with you guys. And I ask for your support to be your fellow commissioner. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Okay, we'll start our first question with Commissioner Davis.
Hi, thank you for applying. My question to you is, we have meetings in the evening and in mornings, and I was wondering if you have conflict in your schedule. Would that work out for you, or?
Yes, I can do that. I'm able to move things around unless there's something really important. Yeah, I should see me making everything, yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kellogg. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your interest in this. My question is about resources and collaboration. So the county, by definition, has limited financial resources. There's only so much money. A lot of problems in the community that we desire to solve. There are other sectors, though, that do have resources and capacity. So healthcare, labor, business, education, nonprofits. What relationships do you have in any of those sectors that you might be able to bring to bear on the challenges that we collectively face so that the county isn't alone on these things?
Very good question. Being with my position, I do have background with the knowledge of pensions, how they work, legacy costs, things like that. I understand healthcare. We have 500 members. We deal with healthcare, health plans, and the pensions. With that, I have been, and I've been advocating for Genesee County throughout my projects that I've done in the past. And I've gone to Lansing, I've gone to DC, talking to legislature for things that we need. And that's exactly what I want to do for Genesee County. I want to improve Genesee County through advocation and economic development. I think that's where it's at.
Thank you.
Yep.
Kuzno?
Thanks, excuse me. Thanks for coming down, Clark. That's an inside joke.
Yeah, right.
At any rate.
That's true.
Kellogg, if appointed, you will represent the 4th District. And there's a big difference between the 4th District as an economic area as opposed to many other areas of the county. But you will represent that county that district first and foremost. Correct. But by extension, you will represent the whole county. Knowing that, and that hopefully your goals will be to serve both, what committees would you like to serve on to attain those goals?
Yes, I don't understand them all fully, of course. Public Works, I believe, would be in my realm with, I'm thinking that's, this is gonna be moving, first of all, the county's all moving, we're gonna have some construction going on. That's what I think, and government ops, I'd like to see how that all works and yeah, put forth an effort to make that better. Those are the two I've been
thank you.
thinking of. Yeah.
Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Main responsibility is the budget, making sure it's correct, and, changing it for the better. I mean, that's that's exactly what needs to be done, and stay on budget. Like I said, still, I've been in these meetings a lot and watched you guys, but to know the full effect, I'd have to dive into it more, but yeah, the budget is probably the main, but like I said, I think economic development in the area is crucial, bringing more people to the area. We don't want our people leaving anymore. We want to bring more in, but the budget, I believe, is staying on track is where it's at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, thank you for applying. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
I want to be involved in that process. I want to see it through. I'm looking to better the county. These policies are made here. I want to be involved in that. I feel I can help strengthen what we have already and make things better. Obviously, we'd like to fix what happened today, but that's a tough fix, obviously. But yeah, I want to be that's my thing, is being a part of it, and I feel I can help.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lisinski. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for applying. Could you share with us any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were to be selected?
So I mentioned one, advocacy. I enjoy going and talking to our elected officials and advocate for the area. I'm good with communication. I enjoy talking to people. I feel that I can communicate with people and get through and understand what they're saying. Good listener. You got to listen before you can understand. I get that. So, basic skill set of good communication, good listening skills, and I feel that I've talked to these people already, whether they're new or old. The newly elected people feel they need to know what Genesee County needs, and then it sticks in their head of what, when something comes up, we're on the list.
All right. My question is, this is kind of a different situation for Genesee County doing these appointments. If we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for office?
Yes, I would have. In my position, I've knocked doors for everybody but me. It'd be a privilege to knock doors for myself.
All right.
Yeah,
All right, thank you. Thank you. At that time, we're all finished with our questions, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
All right.
All right, thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much
time,
for
everybody.
applying.
Thank you.
Commissioners, next applicant is Gregory Dietrich.
Yep. Thank you for coming on tonight, Mr. Dietrich. You'll have 2 minutes to do a brief discussion about yourself.
Thank you very much for allowing me to express my interest in the County Commission seat that's open. I'll keep this very brief. I know you guys are very busy and it's getting very late, and you probably have my resume there in front of you. I just want you to know that I appreciate this opportunity, and let me get out some of my notes here.
Are you done?
No.
He's looking for his notes.
Oh, okay.
I just want you to know that I come from the financial world, data analytics, and one of the things that I did is that applied for a grant for about $3 million, and what we did with that is we were able to get people into their homes in the city of Saginaw, and we were able to get them on a mortgage, and we were able to help get them into the, get them back paying taxes in the city of Saginaw. And some of the things that I've done, I've accomplished as an elected official, you'll see that on there as well. And I just appreciate the time that you guys have given me. I'll just go with the questions.
All right. Thank you. We'll start off with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question is, we have meetings in the mornings and evenings, and I was wondering if that would fit into your current schedule.
Yes. I have flexibility within my schedule. I work from home on days that I can choose to, and I have good flexibility within my schedule.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Dietrich. Thank you for your interest. Question is about resources and capacity and collaboration. So the county, by definition, has a limited budget, limited amount of dollars to work with, but there's lots of problems and challenges that we want to tackle. There are other entities in this community that do have capacity or additional resources: health industry, higher education, K-12s, nonprofits, business, labor. What relationships do you have in any of those sectors that you might bring to bear and leverage to help solve problems collaboratively with the county?
Yeah. So one of the things, and I should mention this to you, it was about 2016 I interviewed for the land bank position. I was one of the finalists for that. The land bank at the time had a lot of properties that were on their rolls, and I believe that they had a majority of the folks that were living in those homes were on land contracts. The solution I wanted to bring to that was what we should do as a land bank is we need to work with our lenders that are out in our communities. I work for Franklin Credit Union, and we became a certified community development financial institution. And what that means is that we're eligible to get funding from the federal government. And what we did with that funding was, at Franklin Credit Union, we were able to use that funding as a loan loss reserve. And so what that means is that we were able to give people a chance to have a mortgage, even though if they were credit challenged. And so those resources we used, we leveraged it from, we got about $2 million, and we leveraged that with our own funds, so we did a 10-to-1 leveraging ratio. And so we pumped out about $20 million in mortgages. So that's just with the federal government funds that we got from the grants from the CDFI fund. And now we have 400 families that are able to live in their own homes. And so when you ask me about what are the other resources that are out there that we can touch, so from my experience with the financial industry, that's something that I would bring and understand how we can leverage those funds to help out the residents here in Genesee County.
Thank you.
No problem.
First of all, I want to thank you for your service in the past. I understand the commitment that you make to do that. My youngest son, was just shipped to Poland, part of NATO's buildup in response to the Ukraine, so I understand where you're coming from, and I really appreciate that. But getting back to official business, if appointed, you will be in District 4, which is one of the more affluent areas of Genesee County. And there's other areas of the county that are not as fortunate, and there's others that are very fortunate. Knowing that you will serve not only your district and your constituents, but also the county by extension, what committees on this board would you like to sit on to accomplish those goals, serving the county as a whole and your own district?
Sure. So I sit on the Planning Commission for Mundy Township. My experience in the past 2 years on the Planning Commission in Mundy Township is that we've had a explosion of growth on Hill Road. I would be really interested in being on the Economic Development Committee. I think I would bring a different perspective to that committee. Right now, we do have some projects, potentially one out in Mundy Township right now. We're looking at chip manufacturing. We're currently doing a advanced manufacturing overlay district right now that's over there on Maple Road, right across from Flint Township. So I think I can better serve our residents with economic development because people need jobs, and we need to take a different approach to how we're going to be able to bring jobs to this community. And I believe that if we really focus in on DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and that we unleash the talent that's potentially out there and bring them into our community, they can create jobs, and we can do great things with people that we bring into our community. And so I think that's where I would like to be at.
Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do you think the most important duty of a county commissioner is?
Listen. I work in marketing. A lot of people think that marketing is about getting out there, getting out in the community, and it certainly is. But it's also about listening. Not everybody listens with their ears. I work in data analytics, so I listen to people with their wallets and with their feet. There's other ways we can listen to people. And so listening, bringing data analytics, skills that I've learned over the years, I think would be benefit the county.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey?
Yep. Thank you for applying, Mr. Dietrich, and thank you for your service. I served in the Air Force many, many, many years ago.
Did you have a good time like I did?
Just one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
For one reason, just like I stated in my cover letter, I want to help build a better Genesee County into the future. Because to me, public service is about the people and the future. And if we want to be successful, we got to do the best we can to work together and bring out the best outcomes we can.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Dietrich, and thank you for applying. Could you share with us and explain any outstanding characteristics that you will lend to this board if you were to be selected?
Other than the ones that I mentioned with data analytics, working in the financial institution space, I think the one thing that I can bring is that previously I served in Buena Vista Township as a township trustee in 2008 to 2012. Those were some rough years to be in elected office. This was right after the recession. I understand that we're living in a diverse world, and we got to work within diversity and with some of the challenges that were faced economically, and we certainly were in Buena Vista Township. I understand how it works in townships and with local government, and I think that's one thing that I can bring to this county commission is that understanding of communities that are in need, like Buena Vista Township, my home, where I'm from. I moved here because, well, me and my wife got married, and we had to split the difference. She drives south, I drive north. So I think that experience taught me a lot, and I learned that, again, we got to listen better, and people expect their government to work with common sense, and they expect it to listen to them and listen to them with an open heart.
Thank you.
Okay, today's is a different situation for Genesee County doing the placement of two commissioners. If we would have went into an election process, would you have ran for office?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you for your time. Thank you for applying, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Commissioners, our next applicant is Amy Miller.
Hello. You'll have 2 minutes to do a brief introduction. Madam Chairperson and members of the Commission, I am presenting myself to the voters and representatives of our county, District 4, to serve as their commissioner. Earlier this week, I saw and am awaiting a judicial ruling from the Genesee County Circuit Court regarding the manner by which our district's replacement is selected, and my belief that it must be by special election. I continue to believe that to be true and object to this board conducting these interviews for replacement by appointment. But regardless of what the court ultimately decides is the correct selection process, whether by appointment or by special election, I stand ready to serve and want to serve as the District 4 Commissioner and seek to be selected for that position. All right, thank you. We'll start our questions with Commissioner.
Can I
I'm
finish?
sorry, I thought you were done.
Okay. I am a Goodrich girl, now living in Grand Blanc for the past 20 years. I am a proud Marine wife, mom of 4, 3 bonus kids, and Mimi to my 2-year-old grandson. I have spent my entire life volunteering and serving the public. As a coach's wife, I have always been involved with children, and they are my passion. My church, I've done scouts for years. I'm involved in juvenile diabetes, Cancer Society, and hospice. I was awarded Hospice of the Year, which was very special to me and humbling. I retired as director of my child care center in 2022, but my greatest accomplishment will always be my family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first question will come from Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question is, we have meetings in the mornings and evenings, and I was wondering if that would fit into your current schedule.
Yes, it will. My schedule is very flexible.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayhill.
Good evening, Ms. Miller. Thank you for applying. Question is about capacity and resources and collaboration in the county. So by definition, the county government has a limited amount of money to tackle all the challenges that we have in this community. Do you have relationships in other sectors, so education, the faith community, business, labor, nonprofits, that you would bring to bear as a county commissioner and pulling those people in to help collaborate to solve problems where county doesn't have enough resources, but these other places do? Do you have connections that you could, that would be beneficial as a member of the commission?
I'm sure I do. I was a director for almost 20 years. I've got a lot of people under me, a lot of people always looking for things to do and jobs. I would be happy to help with that. And like I said, I've lived in Grand Blanc for 20 years. I'm from Goodrich. My network is all within here, so I'm sure I could help with that.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for your husband's service to our country. I'm the proud father of a career Army
Thank you.
personnel that just got shipped last weekend to Poland, so I understand the commitment as a wife that you're going through, and thank you. If appointed to District 4, you will represent, of course, that area, which is one of the more affluent areas of Genesee County. There's other areas. It's a very diverse county. There's other areas that are, if you will, for the economic realm, the complete opposite. And by extension, you will be serving your constituents plus the entire county, 400,000 people, if you will. What committees would you like to sit on here at the county to help serve both those areas and meet your goals of what you want to accomplish?
Okay. Well, I'm definitely very involved in the health. I've had a lot of things through my life. I'm the type of person, my late husband was diagnosed with cancer.
I dove in and found out every single thing I could about that type of cancer so that I could help him and get him his care. My daughter was juvenile diabetes. I learned a lot about that. I actually worked for her doctor for a short time, just so that I could find out more about it. I've had a lot of things in my life that, you know, as being a child care director, anytime somebody would get sick or have a rash or something, I was always able to diagnose them and help them with that. So definitely the health, I would like to be on that, for
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you for applying.
Sure.
Amy, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
I think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is to be there for the people. We need to be very transparent, and I'm going to say, this isn't, you know, to anybody directly, but I've been watching these meetings for a long time, and there are a lot of angry people out here. They just feel like they're not being listened to. They don't feel that there's transparency. When I did all my walking and, campaigning, that's what I heard, was that they just don't feel like they're being represented. They don't feel like they're being heard. And that is their tax money. I think it's very important that we be careful how we spend it. So, thank you.
Mr. Winfrey?
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
I like to help people. I've always liked to help people. I'm in the public all the time. Like I said, I grew up in Goodrich. I grew up or Grand Blanc. I live there now. I see people everywhere. I go to church. I go to the ball field. I go to the grocery store. I'm constantly running into people. I know a lot of people from District 4, and like I said, I was able to get almost 9,000 votes from District 4. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Avery?
Ms. Chair. Good evening, Ms. Miller, and thank you for applying.
Thank you.
Can you share with us any other outstanding characteristics that you could lend to this board if you were selected?
Yes, sure. Leadership. I was born a leader. I was 5 pounds when I was born. My twin sister Ann was in front of me, so nobody knew that I was behind her. I came out, and there I was, and I've been leading ever since. I'm people call me a spitfire. I think that's probably true. My husband would probably agree. But leadership for sure. Discipline. I'm very disciplined. I'm a rule follower. Everything's by the book when it comes to me. I think that's really important, especially when we're dealing with other people's money. You will never catch me taking a dime that I haven't earned. That's just me. I'm very organized. That's another thing. So all these things. I'm a parent. I mean, I understand what the parents are going through with schools and, with the mask mandate. I had a senior in high school. He was a senior year when they shut down Grand Blanc, and he was a lacrosse star, lost his whole senior year. He's my 4th child, was devastated. And after a couple weeks of being in, we were locked down. He was starting to get depressed, and I was very concerned. And I told my husband, I said, we've got to do something because this is not our son. And at that point, I told him, go get your friends. You need to get out. Then his gym closed down. We weren't able to go to church. It was just a very hard time for my family. Well, he did perk up and got out of it, but I feel so bad. There's so many kids that did not bounce back, and it still breaks my heart that they went through that and are still going through it. The mental health is just terrible right now. So,
Thank you. My question is, this is a different situation for Genesee County, replacing doing 2 appointments. If we would have went to the election process, which that's what you wanted to do.
yes.
Would you run for the seat?
I actually have the signs in my car, so yes. And I wanted to tell you, 3 of the people in there had my signs in their yard. They said, we had your sign in our yard, and now they're running for my position, so. But yes, I absolutely would.
All right, well, thank you for applying, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
Commissioners, our next applicant is Linda Hoff. Huh? No.
Okay, thank you for coming, Linda. You'll have 2 minutes for a brief introduction.
It's getting late. We're all getting tired and punchy. I'll try and be brief. My name is Linda Hoff. I have been a resident here in Genesee County since 1999. I have been most recently active with the League of Women Voters since 2010 and was president of the League chapter for 11 years. And at the same time, I also served on the state board for 3 years, vice president of advocacy and director of natural resources. Decided to calm my life down, so I really thought about venturing down this road again. 30 years of community school volunteership and working, 20 years of Girl Scouts volunteership and leadership, variety of leadership positions. So my entire adult life has been volunteer and advocacy. My thesis work for my master's, I have a master's in public administration. My thesis work centered around special education law. So I was a huge advocate for special education services, needs, and helping parents navigate, which I fell through because I had kids with special needs. My league work, I got involved with the league when I ran for county commission back in 2010 and did not win that race. But I was shocked to find out how uneducated the public was about the county commission and about voting and about how their government worked. And the league was a natural fit for me after that. So I didn't plan to spend that many years in a leadership role with them, but that's the history. That's what came my way, and that's what I did.
Thank you. We'll start our questions with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question to you is, we have meetings in the morning and evenings, and would that fit into your current schedule?
Yes. Actually, I appreciated that you guys moved to your board meetings in the evening because I think it's going to help get more people aware of what the county government does and give them more opportunity. I don't think a 9 a.m. meeting was very easy for most people to be familiar with.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Linda. It's nice to see you. It's been a while. Compliment first. Thank you for all your service trying to develop good citizens. It's important. Question about resources and capacity. So by definition, the county has limited budget. You know, we've got innumerable challenges in Genesee County, so we can't tackle all of them, and we probably don't even have the authority to tackle all of them. My question is, are there other sectors where you have connections or relationships? So the business community, labor, faith, higher education, K-12, where you might bring those to bear in helping solve problems in partnership and collaboration with the county?
Okay, good question. So I would say, yeah, I think so. You have to remember, my whole adult life, I did volunteer work and advocacy, so I was always tapping somebody for something, so I have no problem with that. And plus, I spent half my years in Catholic school, so, you know, that just goes hand in hand. But it's what I already did with the league. You know, we didn't have a lot of resources, right? So, you know, because I came to your doorstep enough, knocking on your door, looking for resources at Mott and offering partnerships and exchanges of things and ideas of what we could do to improve the lives of your students, as well as the work that we were doing, you know, trying to get young adults involved. I think you're aware my husband's a professor. He's a former dean of engineering at Kettering. So I was common to be seen on the campuses, all of the college campuses, doing our recruitment work and working with them. but I've also used him for other things as well. He and I were co-organizers on a conference at one point because we went to the conference the previous time and it was so poorly organized, I took it over. But we worked a industry business, our industry academic partnership is what we did for our theme of the conference, because everybody always needs a leg up and you need to work together. So I've already done that kind of thing repeatedly throughout my career of doing advocacy.
Thank you.
Is that complete enough? Do you have any other questions?
That's good, thank
I
you.
know we're trying to be quick and everyone's getting punchy and tired now.
He's not entitled to any more.
Okay.
Keep going.
Thanks for coming down, Linda. As if appointed, you'll represent District 4, and that's one of the more affluent areas of Genesee County, and there's many other areas that's not as fortunate, and the county is quite diverse, and you'll be serving not only your community, but by the county as extension. We have many departments and et cetera. Which committees would you like to serve on to meet your goals to serve the entire county, but in particular your district?
Oh, well, you know, to be honest, I could see me fitting in any one of them. And if I'm frank and honest, I would say finance would not be my favorite. I did great in all my finance classes, but looking at all those numbers kind of makes me kind of go, want to pull my hair out sometimes. Government operations, obviously, I would be interested in because that's what I did a lot of in my league work. Health and Human Services, I mean, that one is a real big fit for me because of my years of advocacy. Public Works, I think Public Works is probably underserved, frankly. I'm not sure, you know, from the outside. I would worry that maybe Public Works is not getting as much attention as maybe it needs, especially with given what happened with Flint, given our aging infrastructure, that kind of thing. I think that one's going to need a lot of work. What else did I mean, sorry, my mind's a little bit numb there, but I think it gives you a feel for where I'm at right there.
Correct, yes, thank you.
All right.
Hello, Linda.
Hi again.
Good to see you back.
Well, you know, I did think about it.
I bet you did. So, well, my question's pretty simple, but maybe you can take it a complex way. But what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Oh, well, you know, one of the things that got talked about tonight a lot was about diversity. Actually, what got talked about a lot was racism, but I kept going diversity. And we had that discussion the last time. The county commission is a pretty diverse position in my mind because you're there doing the governing and administration of everything at the county level, from, you know, overseeing the various work from the millages to the actual operations, road commission. You know, and that's always been a bit fractious, it seems like, between road commission and this commission, but it's making this county a better place to live. So in my letter, what I wrote is that I also think, and while it seems a long way off, 2050, you know, every economist right now is looking at, and climatologists are saying Michigan is going to be one of the most desired places to live by 2050 because of all the climate change issues. So my thinking is Genesee County has to get themselves positioned to be dynamic enough and fluid enough to attract all these climate migrants, but also make itself a place where people want to be. Right now, this county is rated 80th out of 83 counties in Michigan in health and longevity and quality of life. That's not good. So there's a lot of work, I think, to be done to make Genesee County, I mean, when you look at some of those statistics, which I mentioned in my letter to you, so I don't have to go over them tonight, but Genesee County has got some catching up to do and some growth that needs to happen. Geez, the rate of teenage pregnancies blew me away, and how far we are above the rest of the state and the US in general. In terms of teen pregnancies, we're off the charts on that one too. In terms of obesity, 70% of the residents are either obese or overweight. So yeah, we're the only county in the state that has a millage for health. So, you know, we have to, I think the millages that we have are great. And I know that you guys have had some issues in terms of resources. Everybody does, right? Every institution has those same resource issues. But we have to find a way to make it work so it's attractive to people to want to be a part of.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you for applying, Mrs. Hoff. Just one question. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
My whole life has been one of service. And sitting through the discussion that happened tonight, and I'm glad that you guys made the vote that you did, by the way. But again, I go back to the diversity. My work in every category that I've done, I've served everybody equally, blindly. And most recently, even still, even though I left my officer positions with the league, I still do Vote 411, I still do the webpage, I still do a lot of things. But I put on blinders when I'm doing that. You know, I don't look at parties and genders and what, everything's data to me when I'm doing that one because I have to be so objective and fair to everybody. Somebody's got an issue, they get the same answer. They all get the same answer, the same guidance. Ask my husband, he's there listening to all these phone calls hours on end. Everybody deserves the same. We're all the same on the inside, no matter how we look on the outside. So, you go back to me what the question was. Why do I want to serve?
Right.
I said I thought about it long and hard, again, because I've been down this road once before. But the reality is you don't know who all is applying. And I know I'm good. I know I'm good. You know, I don't mean to sound braggart. I know how hard I work, and I know how fair I am, and I know the person I am. So not knowing who else was there or anything about them, I decided that I had to throw my hat in the ring and give it a shot. And I don't know how many of us that applied are part of the new redistricted district. I mean, it's a very different looking district, the 4th district is right now.
Thank you.
So
we're out of time. Mr.
Good
Avery.
evening. Good evening, Mrs. Hoffman.
Hi,
Thank you for
Mr. Avery.
applying. Thank you.
we meet again.
Right. Yes. So, Ms. Hoff, could you share with us any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were selected?
Well, I think we just discussed all those.
Yeah.
So if you want me, I am hardworking. I'm as honest as the day comes. I have lost friends over not compromising myself and the principles of what the right thing to do is. I mean, long-term friends. It was very hard, but I will stand up for what's right.
Thank you.
Well, my question was, this is a very different situation that we're dealing with. And if we would have went to the election process, would you have ran for office?
Not sure.
Okay.
In a nutshell, I'm not sure. I would have done the same thing. I would have thought long and hard. I told you I ran in 2010. It was hard. It was really, really hard. People, the work I'm okay with, but the brutality of people that I met, right? And I was born and raised inner city. I can take a lot. I'm pretty tough, but I'm not the young person I once was. So I don't know if I would subject myself to that again, frankly. So I can't answer that because you didn't go that path.
All right. Well, thank you for applying and being here tonight, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Commissioners, next applicant is Lynn Sorensen.
Thank you for coming tonight. You'll have 2 minutes to do a brief introduction.
Madam Chair, lady and gentlemen commissioners, my name is Lynn Sorensen. I am here for the 4th District County Commissioner's position. I've submitted my experience, so I'm not going to belabor that topic. I would like to tell you something about myself. I have cared for people from the cradle to the grave. I have hugged babies at Hurley Medical Center. I have, in the neonatal, I have taught elementary school, I have taught secondary school, I have taught alternative education. I have a concern that for the mentally ill and the homeless. I own a room and board for wayward men that cannot get into long-term leases, that can't pass criminal background checks, that cannot pass a credit exam. I built an extended living facility for the aged, the disabled, and the mentally ill. So consequently, I have served people in this community in a different way in which you all have served, but nonetheless, I have compassion and I care a lot about people that are not represented like people that are fortunate like you and I. I am a product of a broken home. I was guided very strictly, so much and so that I've dropped out of school. I did go back, have 3 college degrees. I had my first job since I was 13, when I was 13 years old, making $100, and that was back in 1968. I've never cheated anyone. I don't owe anyone. I've never been the first. In my cover letter, I said to take something, and I've never been the last to take anything that was left. I operate with a very strong moral code. My goals are to continue with what I'm doing with my room and board, is to add a training component, because I want to build dog houses for charity, and I'm going to name that Roofs for Wolves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll have Commissioner Davis ask her question.
Thank you for applying.
Thank you.
My question is, we have meetings in the mornings and evenings. Would that fit into your current schedule?
I am retired.
Thank you.
Good evening, Lynn. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Question is about resources and capacity. So the county has limited budget, limited dollars, lots of challenges, but there are other organizations, sectors, so business, labor, faith, higher ed, health, that do have other resources. Do you have any relationships with institutions in any of those sectors or others, or connections that you could bring to bear and leverage to solve some of these problems that the county can't solve on its own?
Honestly, I do not. I do not. I've never needed to make those connections, being a business owner. So I am not plugged into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And, if appointed, you will represent District 4, which is a more affluent area in the county. But the county is very diverse. There's a lot of areas that are very economically depressed, and then there's areas that are very affluent and doing very well. As a county commissioner serving your district, and by extension, the entire county, what committees would you like, and the county is very diverse in their committees, what would you like to serve on to help meet those goals of serving the county and your district?
Well, I'm very interested in economic development planning. I am a member of the Planning Commission for the City of Flint, but we're not involved in the economic part of the development for the City of Flint. But I'm very interested in real estate and business. I've been in business all my life. Certainly training to help the people that are economically challenged, that sort of thing. And of course, the mental, the health, the GHS board and that sort of thing is something else that I would like to delve into a little bit deeper, because of, I rescued a man off the street and he's been in my life for 14 years. And so I have a little bit of familiarity with the GHS, but I would like to learn more about that. So that would be of great interest to me.
Okay, thank you for your kind
For
words.
for my residents at my room and board as well.
Mrs. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lynn, I have one simple question for you. What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
I think it's being accountable for the way that they vote, and certainly that mostly involves funds. I think that we need to do a better job at educating the voter on how money is funneled in. I mean, we need to do like an organizational chart. This department, this department, this department. And funds come in from here, they go here. I just think that we need to provide a bigger picture to everybody so they can understand a little bit more of how things are funded and how spending is allocated and that sort of thing. I mean, it's kind of a gray area for me. So I think that would do a big service to the community if they could just see that, you know, federal funds coming in, where do they go? The millages, where does that go? Where do, you know, and how it comes out of the general fund and how it's allocated to these different committees and stuff. So I think that's very important to educate. That way you keep the anger level down when people understand where their money's going and where it's coming from, where it's going. So I think that's important.
Thank you.
Mr. Winfrey?
Hello, Lynn, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Just one question.
Sure.
Why do you want to become a county commissioner?
Well, I have a lot of compassion for people. I've served people the time allotted to me when I was working. I am not working any longer, so consequently, I'm able to serve them at a different level. I've obviously been in customer service all my life because of the fact that I've been in business all my life. So it's just kind of doing the same thing on a grander scale. Not saying that I'm not in front of a huge learning curve or anything like that, but you know, I have a tremendous amount of compassion, and it shows in what I've done and accomplished in my life. So for that reason, I think it would be a great fit. It'd be a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for asking that.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Sorensen. Thank you for applying.
Hi, thank you.
Could you share and explain to us any outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were to be selected?
Outstanding characteristics? Well, the fact that, you know, I am extremely financially responsible. I've been in many businesses. I have never filed bankruptcy, personally or professionally. On my resume, I was able to, you know, of course, listed things that I did, but I recognize opportunity. And of course, those opportunities aren't going to be the same presented to this commission that they were presented to me. But you know, I bought commercial property through the bankruptcy trustee. I bought a manufacturing company through a bank through a sealed bid. The bank foreclosed on it. When 9/11 occurred and everybody was all patriotic and we really were unified, I opened up a company named Old Glory, and I converted towers to flagpoles. And so that was, you know, like, you know, get in while the market was hot. And so that's very exciting to do things like that. So I'm a risk taker, and of course, you know, I don't know that that would work good here, but, you know, I mean, you know, I'll go out on a limb. You know, I just recognize opportunity, and I'm just very strong. I'm a hard worker. I've worked 7 days a week all my life until probably March of 2022. So I have a lot of energy. I'm very healthy, I have a lot of energy, and, you know, I like to get out and do things, make things happen, so.
Thank you.
Well, being the fact that this is a different situation for the county to handle, if we would have went to an election process, would you have ran for office?
Yes, I think I would.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
I've knocked on plenty of doors in my day for other people.
All right, well, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for applying, and we'll
Thank you.
get back with you on the 25th.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, our next applicant is Shannon Taylor.
Two more after that. Voting on them tonight. one? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think they're both on. You'll have 2 minutes for an introduction.
Well, we'll see if I can take up 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Shannon Taylor. I've been living in Flint for 20 years, all in the 4th District. I am the business manager at the YMCA of Greater Flint, and I've spent my time here in Flint doing volunteer work in the community, and this popped up, and I thought, what a great way to get into some more public service, something that's always interested me. I do feel like I might be an asset to the board because I probably have a little bit of different background than some of the board members. I found myself doing business managing after initially being in basic science research and grants and contracts and research administration. So that's kind of my history. I don't know what else you want to know. I'm a night owl, so this is the best time to get me. So you can go ahead and ask me questions. This is
All
my
right,
first time
we'll,
doing anything like this, so.
We'll start with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question is, we currently hold our meetings in the mornings and evenings. Would that be a fit for you on in your schedule?
No, I haven't officially asked the YMCA if they're okay with this, but my schedule is usually very flexible.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Shannon. It's nice to see you. Question about capacity and resources and how we solve problems. So the county, by definition, the county government is limited in terms of our budget and our money, also limited on what issues we really have the authority to attack in different ways, challenges. Do you have connections in other parts of the community, the nonprofit sector, labor, business, faith-based, others, that you might be able to tap into on behalf of the county in your role on the commission to solve problems collaboratively so they can bring some resources to us?
As I said, I've been here for 20 years. I've actually lived in the same house for the 20 years that I've been here. And so I have some connections through people I've met along the way, through the medical field, through the YMCA, through just my own. Yeah, I think that I have some connections that I could bring to the commission.
Thank you.
Cousineau?
Thank you for applying. If appointed, you will be in District 4, which is a more affluent area of Genesee County. And Genesee County is very diverse. There's areas of the county that are the complete opposite of what you'll be serving in. But you'll not only serve your district, but by extension, the county as a whole. And the county is very diverse and complex with a lot of different committees. What committees would you like to sit on that would help you maintain your goals of the county as a whole in your district?
I am most interested in economic development or finance. I'm also interested, I don't know exactly what all of the committees are, but Parks and Recreation is also kind of a sweet spot for me. I really strongly feel like a great Parks and Recreation department can bring together the whole entire community. And I know that the city handles quite a bit of that, but yeah, those are.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying. My question to you is, what do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
The main responsibilities of a county commissioner are to review, I always think of it as a kind of a reviewing expenses of what the county is spending on things, overseeing the different areas of the county like transportation and road commission, parks and recreation, development of the community, and economic development. As far as responding to constituents, I think whenever anybody has an interest for starting businesses, getting support from the commission for financial support, finding financial support to get things going. That's kind of, I don't know, I'm here to learn more about the commission, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Winfrey?
Thank you for applying, Ms. Taylor. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Well, as I said earlier, I've always had a love for public service. My family has always been involved in some kind of public service. I've spent a lot of my years here while my children were growing up, being involved in their things and volunteering in the community in that way. And I've always had an itch to get into politics. I love policy, and I feel like this would be a great opportunity to get my feet in the door in public service and politics.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Thank you for applying tonight. Could you share with us any outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were to have been selected?
I think first and foremost, I'm a great listener. And secondly, I'm a very analytical thinker. So I study things, I think about pros and cons, I try to hear both sides of things, and listening before speaking.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, it's kind of like an unusual situation for the county. We've never had a double replacement like this. If we would have went to the election process, would you still have ran for office?
I definitely would have considered it. I'm not sure. That takes a lot to get the fundraising going, and I definitely would have investigated it. This is something that I've been interested in for a while, possibly going for elected office. So when this opportunity presented itself, I thought, well, this is a way to maybe get in the door and get my name out there, because I did not grow up here, so I don't have a name in the community per se, other than what
Okay, all right.
I've been doing now. Yeah.
Thank you. At that time, this is all of our questions. We'll get back with you on the 25th.
Sounds
Thank you
great.
for applying.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Bethany James.
Yeah, Commissioner, our next applicant's Bethany James.
What did he say? Bethany James.
Okay. Bethany James.
I think you stole
Yeah,
his
she's
thunder.
getting tired.
More?
Oh, I was close to my bedtime.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I got to go.
okay. We'll take
you,
a 2-minute
Charles.
break.
I was trying to
I'm
outwait
sorry,
you.
we're going to take a 2-minute break. So,
What?
nature calls.
So those pizzas are close, Josh? Is that what you're saying, the wings?
Starve you guys out of this idea of night
I mean, this is the problem. It's having 2 interviews.
We could have,
Did we knock it out?
We'll call this meeting back to order. Thank you, Bethany, for coming. You have 2 minutes for your introduction.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. I know it's been a very long evening for you all, and I want to thank you first and foremost for considering me for this position. I'd like to say that throughout my life, I have been an advocate for the underdog. My whole life's work has been that, and my life's work has been serving those who have been marginalized, oppressed, and overlooked. As a member of this community, as a female, as a small business owner, as someone who hails from UAW family, and the daughter of deaf parents, I certainly know the harm that can be caused when the system doesn't work for you. No matter your status, your party affiliation, your race and orientation, your voice deserves to be heard, and also your needs deserve to be met. I believe that the people's money should be treated with care and transparency and protected as it deserves to be. I take ownership of every project that I'm involved in. I believe that the relationships I've cultivated over the years will serve me well on this board. My ability to work with a diverse group of individuals and my resourcefulness, in addition to my critical thinking, makes me the perfect candidate for this diverse District 4. And I thank you again for considering me for this position.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll start out with Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question is, we have meetings in the morning and evenings. Would that fit into your current schedule?
Luckily, as a small business owner, I'm able to make my own schedule, so that would work out perfectly.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayhill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Davis. Or Ms. James, I'm sorry. Nice to see you. It is getting late, you're right. Question about resources and capacity. So county budget necessarily limited, only so many dollars for so many issues to tackle. There are other organizations in the community in different sectors, healthcare, business, labor, et cetera, that do have capacity and also have an interest in solving problems. Do you have any relationships or connections in different sectors other than the county government that you could bring to bear or leverage or pull in to help us collaboratively solve some issues?
Yes, I absolutely, over the years, being a small business owner, I have developed a lot of relationships in multiple sectors. I have partnerships with MEA, the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. I also have relationships with UAW, hospitals, state reps, senators, other local county officials outside of this area, in addition to law enforcement, judges, and prosecutors. I've developed a lot of great relationships over the years that I believe would support me in my efforts and would hear me when I speak to them. And that is one of the things that I am very prideful in, is that I have great interpersonal skills. And I believe that with that, coupled with our goals and my advocacy work, that I could bring that to this board and do great things for Genesee County.
Thank you.
Mr. Cousineau.
Thank you for coming down. If appointed, it'd be District 4, which is one of the more affluent areas of Genesee County. And there's other other areas of the county that's not as fortunate. And so it's a very diverse county. And we have a lot of different committees on the board. And so you're going to have to not only serve your community, but the county as a whole. What committees do we have that you would like to sit on so that you can accomplish those goals?
I truly believe that I would be a key player if I was in government operations. With the relationships that I've developed over the years, especially in the last few years, I have created these relationships that I truly believe will benefit all of us in the entire county, not just District 4.
Thank you.
Mr. Shoemaker.
Bethany, thank you for coming down and applying. It's great that you're a part of. My question is pretty simple. What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Well, I believe that advocacy is a big part of that, but obviously there's the budgeting and the policy, and that also has to be fluid because things change all the time. And having the ability to change with the demands of our community is incredibly important. And having those relationships with individuals out in the community and being able to communicate with them and find out what their needs are, in addition to bringing and elevating their needs to the places that would be able to provide those resources, is something that I feel like is a strength of mine.
Thank you.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yeah, thank you for applying, Ms. James. Why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
Again, my life's work has been advocating for the underdog. I have worked in Genesee County for so many years. I've worked in education, I've worked in law enforcement, I've worked with law enforcement, I've worked in the legal system. And with what I do as a sign language interpreter, I'm able to access a lot of different arenas that not most would be able to see. And with that, I've been able to see a lot of what goes on behind closed doors, what issues people are actually dealing with. Being a part of the community during the Flint water crisis, during the pandemic, I was able to not only see what that looked like as a state as a whole, but also how it affected people's individual lives by being there alongside them, advocating for their needs and making sure that they were met. And that is something I'm incredibly passionate about, and I will hands down bring that, no pun intended, will bring that to this board.
Mr. Avery?
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Janice. Thank you for applying, and thank you for your work in the deaf community. A long time ago, I studied ASL, so I just want to show off the little thing I remember there. So if given the opportunity, what outstanding characteristics would you lend to this board if you were able to be selected?
Well, I have the ability to critical think. Critical thinking is a very strong suit of mine. With the work that I do, that I keep mentioning, it's important that I recognize the sensitivity of the work that I do and how it affects people's lives. A simple mistranslation or misinterpretation of something can change someone's life. It has life or death consequences. And that is something I take very seriously, and that's something I took seriously when I took the oath to become a sign language interpreter in the state of Michigan. And that is something that I will uphold and bring to this board and continue my passion in that way.
Thank you.
Okay. Tonight's situation is kind of unusual for county government replacing two commissioners. If we would have went to the election process, would you have ran for office?
Absolutely. I do believe that I would do that. I am a strong advocate for democracy, always have been, always will be. I believe that the will of the people and their voices matter, and elections is the way to do that.
All right, thank you. We're all done with our questions tonight. Thank you for coming, and we'll get back with you on the 25th.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Have a great evening.
Have a
Get
good
some
evening.
sleep.
Okay. Kenneth Ryerson? I just slaughtered his name. Okay, this speaker here. Yeah. Thank you for coming tonight. You'll have 2 minutes for introduction.
I stood before you earlier this evening to advocate for myself. It's a less than usual position for me to be in, advocating for myself. However, I learned this self-advocacy growing up. As a Flint kid with a single mother, she instilled in me the values of honesty, integrity, advocacy, hard work, and loving your neighbor. As an adult and professional, I have found myself in continuous leadership roles advocating for others. This is why I am before you this evening. I have always learned and leaned more into solutions than problems. I stand before you as a solution, a remedy to some of the problems that were stated earlier in this room. I'm perhaps unique in that I have lived in districts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9, and I crisscross this county every week as a registered varsity official for both volleyball and basketball, and I love it. There may be other folks with more experience than me in some areas, including public service, but perhaps not many more with innovation, creativity, and problem-solving skills who will work matter-of-factly to get the job done. I've learned to be adaptable, flexible, and coachable. I have over 10 years of educational experience as an assistant director of multicultural affairs, director of student retention, and I directed enrollment management. I have experiences launching offices and programs, creating and managing budgets, and balancing budgets. I currently work in philanthropy, and I partner with the community through grant making, advocating for resources that support community vitality. Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? Dr. King asked. what am I doing? Standing here, hoping to serve the 400,000 residents of Genesee County, and specifically District 4, and also to help Commissioners Winfrey and Avery not be the only brothers up in here. Thank you.
At this time, we'll have Commissioner Davis.
Thank you for applying. My question is, we currently hold our meetings in the morning and evenings, and would that fit your current schedule?
With the with a conversation with the folks that I work with and report to at work, I don't see that being an issue. I certainly will have a conversation. There's been some preliminary, discussion about interest in this role, and so there is already some level of understanding, and we would work through that schedule in the way that we need to, but it shouldn't be a problem. And I'm speaking more so to making sure that we have the clearance, I have the clearance for something in the morning. The evening certainly hold no issue for me, and I don't foresee the mornings holding an issue either. And I would only say that 100%, after confirming, just as the appropriate measure with the folks I work with.
Thank you.
Mr. Wayhill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Kenneth. Nice to see you again, twice in 1 week.
Twice in 1 week.
So my question is about resources and capacity. County government, as you know, has a limited amount of money. We also have a statutory limitation on really what we can do in some respects for issues that are of concern. But there are other entities and sectors that do have capacity. Philanthropy, you mentioned, healthcare, labor, faith-based community, and beyond that. What relationships do you have in those other communities, those other sectors, that you would bring with you to the commission and maybe help activate in terms of solving problems in collaboration with the county?
So, thank you, Commissioner Wayhill. I have, as I mentioned, so I certainly am a much more solution-focused person. So what I would do is rely on the relationships and the connections that I've already been able to establish as a Flint kid. And in the work that I do now with working with organizations that reach across the county. Currently serving as a board member with the Flint and Genesee group for the Flint and Genesee Young Professionals group, and utilizing kind of like that scope and that network of folks. I've been trained now to be one of the Transformation Leadership Academy facilitators, which facilitates diversity and equity training throughout the county through the YWCA. And so in these particular arenas, I'm already having conversations daily, weekly with a variety of different constituents across the city, across the county. Even in the sectors, when you say faith-based and other areas where I'm able to participate, standing before you as a PK, if anybody knows preacher's kid here, I'm very active in my faith and in the faith community across the county through collective worship experience, collaborations, and things like that. So, yeah. So those are the areas, those are the places that I would look to. Probably don't have as wide of a network as you, Commissioner Wayhill, but it's a growing network of folks that I'm able to connect to and plug into and would lean into those relationships even more.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuzno.
Thanks for coming down, Kenneth. You've certainly moved around a lot, so you're very well aware that the county is a very diverse area. And if appointed, you will serve District 4, which is a more affluent district compared to the rest of the county, well, a number of the areas of the county. And with that in mind, and you having to serve and be available for your constituents in District 4, and also by extension, serving the whole county of 400,000 people. what committees, the county is very diverse, has a lot of committees, and I know that you won't know them all, but which ones would you like to serve on so that you can attain your goals to serve your community and the county as a whole?
So I often lead with a listening ear. So coming into a new situation, of course, I mentioned being adaptable and flexible. I would really want to understand the composition of the already established commission and probably where there is gaps to fill in things that are probably most necessary. Knowing the district where I am currently, I know human services is something that would probably be something that I could contribute even like my expertise in, perhaps like the community economic development. District 4, even maybe like Public Works. I would probably, maybe Public Works might be a good place.
Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for applying, by the way, and being part of and fighting to get through so you can be heard. So my question to you is this. What do you think the main responsibility of a county commissioner is?
Be a champion. And I think that you be a champion by having to really understand the big picture. It's not about winning or losing. It's about progress and hard work each day. And so I think one of the important things to remember, and it's somewhat of a quote that I think about often, but it's that while understanding the big picture, there's a quote that says, details help create the big picture. So I think that the role of the commissioner is certainly to make sure that we understand what the big picture is of the county, how that fits in adjacent to what the city is doing in compliance with what the state has going on and how things funnel up, but certainly making sure that in our own work that we are also in those other committees. I was just asked about that we are also still detail-oriented folks to make sure that we're listening to our constituents, our residents, our partners, and moving forward in the way that they have asked us to.
Mr. Winfrey?
Hey, thanks for not giving up, Mr. Frierson.
Thank you. I almost did, but thank you.
All right. My only question is, why do you wish to become a county commissioner?
You know, after the experiences over the last 24 hours, that's a really good question. And I still stand here because I think it's important to not give up, to stay in the fight. I stand on the shoulders of so many, and there's so many that have gone before me that have paved the way for me to even stand here today. I really love, growing up with that single mother, that's part of the reason, who took very good care of me, but that's some of the reason why there was a lot of moving around and things like that and some things that I've learned. Genesee County has poured a lot into me, and I am really at an opportunity with the resources kind of that I'm able to offer. Now, the things that I've been able to put up my sleeve, so to speak, is I've been able to learn from others and move around, and now I'm able to pour back into Genesee County through the avenue of service in this way. I bring to all of my work, as I mentioned, multicultural student retention, just a lens of equity through the work I'm doing with the YW and even where my current foundation, working with our race equity, diversity and inclusion group. That is something that I believe that I can bring here and also continue the good work that a lot of you have been doing for some period of time in this bench.
Thank you.
Mr.
I answered
Avery?
my question, but I'll go ahead anyway.
Oh.
So good evening. Thank you, Ms. Frierson, for applying. Could you share with us, on top of what you've shared, if there's any other outstanding characteristics that you would lend to this board if you were to be selected?
Outstanding characteristics. Belief of mine is to love thy neighbor as thyself. And I believe that bringing that to this role, to this board, is a characteristic that I think would serve the county well. One of my professional philosophy is the The true test of our effectiveness is the positive difference we make in the life of an individual. And I used to say an individual student, but the life of an individual. And the last thing that I would offer is that another characteristic is that I bring a level of detail and seriousness to any of the work that I'm involved in, and I somehow find a way to have that cloaked in fun. And that could just be the millennial in me. But if I'm not enjoying it, then there's no reason for me to actually do it.
Thank you.
And the last question is, this is kind of a different situation for us. If we would have went into an election process, would you have ran for election?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
this
say
is a
re-
different, like, because we're appointing, if we
Yes.
would have went into an election process for the people, would you have ran for office?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming tonight, and we will let you know on the 25th.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Well, thank you for
Period. And I
standing
want to thank
standing
you.
your ground. I respect that, so thank you.
Well, and I never was upset, and I want to make sure Mr. Freeman know that I was definitely frustrated, a little disappointed, but thank you. And I also just have to say thank you to Commissioner Winfrey for also standing up. If nothing else, that is a true testament of what I'd like to see in a commissioner all around. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, at 10:45, this meeting is adjourned. We will meet back on next Wednesday at 9 o'clock for committee, and then we will have the appointments at 5:30 that evening. All right?
5:30 next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, the 25th.
Okay.
Yep.